Ladies and gentlemen, in the words of Warren Buffett, I quote, in the world of business, the rear view mirror, if you look at, is always clearer than the windshield ahead. Well, what he meant to say is that when we look ahead, our path may not be clear. But in the hindsight, it all seems so clear as to what could and what should have been done better. But, hold on, wait. This was said when there wasn't any pandemic era. So, welcome to the not so new normal, unseen before and unprecedented times where there is absolutely no cue, no history, and no data to look back at and take a clear view from. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host. My name is Shikha, and you are at our virtual gathering, the Economic Times Small Businesses Growth Conclave 2020. Well, thank you so very much for tuning in time, right there in time. And let's also extend our due acknowledgements to our presenting partner, Union Bank of India. Thank you very much for your association. And with that, let's also extend a thanks to our associate partner, Prayon. Thank you. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, the global COVID-19 pandemic and India grappling with twin catastrophes, the rapid spread of the virus and the economic unrest. Well, if that looks like building up a little bit of tension there, cutting straight when we talk about MSMEs, they are considered as one of the most pivotal growth drivers for any country for that matter. Well, MSMEs got to digitalize, especially in such challenging times. And that requires training, research, innovative solutions, knowledge, collaborative infrastructure, the structures that we talk about, and the know-how of digital tools and channels and technologies at the same time. Well, hence we at ETH at this very opportune time bring to you this conclave, this very conclave in your very esteemed presence. Well, the aim of which, without any iota of doubt, is to encourage dynamic MSMEs to know the know-how of those digital tools and technologies and the channels, which I just said, to cope with the crisis and thrive from any new opportunities that are actually going to come our way. So, on that note, you and I, let's reignite the growth engine for small businesses with digital marketplaces and digital transformation. Well, it's time that I also tell you that the official hashtag for our event is hashtag ETSME growth. So make sure that the learnings of this conclave actually become shareable in a way. And that would happen if you would use this official hashtag across social media and share your learnings. You may also click your pictures with the screen, but make sure to pour in your perspectives using the hashtag. Well, ETH, as you know, is present across all forms of social media. Our handles, let me just quickly reiterate for all of you there that at Facebook, we are present at ETH without any space in between. Well, at LinkedIn, we are present with the name ETH with a space between ET and H. And at Twitter, our Twitter handle is at the rate ET_Edge. So there you go. Well, on that note, let's keep the vibe up, and to render the welcome address, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome on the screen Karan Karai from ETH.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to one and all of you, and welcome to the Economic Times Small Businesses Growth Conclave. 2020 has been a crazy roller coaster ride, one that I'm sure a lot of us will want to get off soon. But the damage wreaked by the pandemic has left in its wake devastation that has impacted our societies, our communities, and of course, our business ecosystems as well. Of these, small and medium sized enterprises are in an especially difficult position. Plunging demand has forced them to lay off a lot of their workforce, and many don't have the financial bandwidth and resources that they need to survive in this climate. In many countries, up to one third of SMEs could go bust within 3 months of when the pandemic began in their countries. But their viability will be critical to any post crisis recovery. That's because SMEs account for two-thirds of global employment and half of global GDP, and they're responsible for nearly 7 in every 10 jobs. A failure to protect them could put the entire global economy into a big, big risk. And it could exacerbate what is already a dire situation. SMEs in fast growing economies are particularly vulnerable as they contend with reduced demand, with disrupted supply chains, and with worsening lack of finance. Coming to the India front, MSMEs contributed more than 29% to India's GDP, and the government had ambitious plans to scale up the sector's contribution to 50% in the years to come, with the vision that this sector will play a pivotal role in achieving India's goals and objectives of becoming a $5 trillion economy by 2025. But then, life often finds a way to put your best laid plans to waste, and so it has been in 2020. While MSMEs are considered to be one of the most important growth drivers in any country, mostly because of the sheer number of people that they employ, the pandemic's impact has been such that these growth drivers find themselves to be in a thankless, untoward economic situation. And all of us can definitely empathize with that. Now more than ever, it is vital that SMEs are provided with the necessary backing that they need to support their employees, their communities, and to give hope to the millions of people who depend on them, who need them to survive. With this perspective in mind, today's forum is a unique platform where leaders can deliberate on some of the most pressing issues of our time. It is our hope that this virtual summit will initiate some thought provoking discussions and provide new pathways of growth in this time of crisis. Thank you all for being here with us. I hope you find today's discussions to be richly rewarding and insightful.
Karan, thank you very much for showing us a realistic picture there, and of course, for those welcome words at the same time. With that, ladies and gentlemen, as you know that we are at ETSME Growth Conclave 2020, let's also trend ahead and get on in kickstarting with the main sessions. Well, we are indeed privileged to have our chief guest with us, joining us virtually, ladies and gentlemen. Well, who's going to be talking about rejigging MSME policies for next level of growth for small businesses? All of you sitting from wherever you are, join me in please welcoming Shri Pratap Chandra Sarangi, Honorable Minister of State Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. Sir, it's over to you.
Namaskar. I congratulate Economic Times Group for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas with you on this important subject, which is very deep and especially very relevant in the present scenario. Due to this COVID-19, the world economy and the socio-economic life of people was seriously disturbed, and India cannot be an exception to it. But we are led by a champion like Narendra Modi, our Honorable Prime Minister, who could infuse the spirit of strength, optimism, inspiration among the people of the country and especially among the youth, so that we can meet the challenge very boldly and come out successful with the mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Narendra Modi ji first gave the clarion call, "Jaan hai to jaan hai." Subsequently, when it was found that Corona is not leaving us very quickly, he made another call to live with Corona, to know the technique of living with Corona. He told, "Jaan bhi hai, jahan bhi hai." Again, he called the nation to start a march from Jan to Jag, Jan se Jag tak. And finally, he gave a call of Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is the biggest challenge we have to meet when India was depending upon many current foreign countries for its survival, like we needed foreign companies to give us our daily necessities. Whatever we use, most of them are of foreign origin. That is the whole tragedy. So Narendra Modi ji asked the nation to be vocal for local products with global outreach. And to give one example, we are purchasing bamboo sticks for our incense industry from China up to 78% and from Vietnam up to 21%. But now we are purchasing nothing from China and Vietnam. We are producing it in our own country. When Corona started, we were not producing a single piece of PPE kits. But now we are producing more than 5 lakhs of PPE kits a day. Sanitizer, PPE kits, ventilator, all are produced in our country, and MSME has a great role in this. MSME has a key role in the growth story of our country, and its role is very significant in export, and our contribution to export is nearly 45%. It's the biggest employment provider after agriculture. Its role is vital towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. And if somebody registers under Udyam registration, everything becomes simplified. It's free of cost and is eligible to apply in any other scheme, in all the schemes that comes under MSME. All informations will be made available to him only after registration about the schemes and programs. MSMEs are exempted from submitting EMD, and tender sets are provided free of cost. MSMEs are eligible to supply products and services up to 20% of total tendered value. If the price quoted by MSME is 15% plus L1, JAME becomes accessible to them. So all these benefits are available, and government declared many lucrative packages, alluring packages during this pandemic. Number one is 3 lakh crore automatic loan, collateral free loan. A unit can take loan up to 25% of its outstanding loan amount. And there was a 1-year moratorium, and the loan is to be repaid within 4 years. This is for standard accounts. Those who have not been declared NPA but still are not very healthy. Now the second category is stressed account, which have been declared NPA, the stressed account. Or for stressed account, government has declared 20,000 crore subordinate debt funds to reorganize their units. Earlier, before Corona, they were only waiting for their property to be auctioned by the bank to recover the loan amount. There was no relief from that for them. Now, a special relief package is declared for them. They will not be auctioned. They will be given another chance to reorganize, restructure, revitalize their units. And the third category is healthy accounts, which are really healthy. Their track record is good, but due to Corona, their production has been stopped, supply chain is stopped. And so, to revitalize their unit, to revive their unit, 50,000 crore fund of funds, in which government's contribution will be 10,000 crore as a mother fund, as a corpus fund, and from the market through equity infusion, 40,000 crore will be collected. Thus, there will be a fund size of 50,000 crore to revitalize, to revive, restructure these units. Besides that, Government of India has decided not to allow any foreign players in tenders of Government of India up to rupees 200 crores, so that Indian MSMEs will be benefited out of it. And the definition of MSMEs has been changed, and up to 250 crores of turnover a year, all units may be considered as MSME. Thus, in many ways, these packages, there are other items also, help our Indian MSMEs to grow, to meet the challenge. And the Champions portal is developed to address the grievances and to promote them, recognize them, appreciate their ability, and to reward the MSME units which perform well. To develop leadership among them. Bankers have been impressed upon to provide loans as far as practicable, to promote these entrepreneurs so that they can contribute their utmost to the growth of our country. And our GDP, which was minus 23%, now has come down to minus 7%. This is a significant improvement in our economic sphere. MSMEs are the biggest employment provider. More than 11 crore people are employed directly or indirectly through MSMEs. And more than 6 crore people, 6 crore entrepreneurs are there, MSMEs are there. I think this can be the biggest sector to revitalize our economy. And this sector was also seriously affected due to this COVID pandemic. As Mahatma Gandhi used to say, that not mass production, but production by masses are the solution to our economic problems. Because if we increase the production in the country, that will not solve our problem, because unless masses are involved in the process of production, the purchasing capacity of the masses will not improve, so that our country cannot improve. Swami Vivekananda used to say that India lives in cottages. Let new India arise from out of the peasant's cottage, from out of the printer seller's hut, from out of the cobbler's cottage. Such an India will come up only through MSMEs. Our dream is to make every household an enterprise and every individual an entrepreneur. This can be done if we can mobilize the resources, the natural resources and the human resources, and utilize them to the best of their capacity. Our rural economy should be strengthened. Earlier, money was flowing from the village to the cities, towns, because the villagers were purchasing steel materials, wooden furnitures, like that. Now the stress is on the village. If the local resources, the bamboos, the canes, the woods, the many other items can be used, so that furniture, sofa sets, tables, almirah will be prepared. And those will be prepared by the villagers. They will be skilled and they will be sold in the cities, so that the money from cities will come to the village and the rural life will be happy. They will not go for purchasing Godrej company furnitures. Rather, the artistic, the organic, the green materials will be purchased by the city dwellers, so that the money will go to the village artisans. And since all the trade fair and exhibitions are not possible, e-market access is provided to our rural people, to our rural artisans. Be it khadi or village industry, honey or milk products or forest products. So then money will go to the villagers, the artisans, the farmers, and then only the villages will be enriched and they will contribute to our national growth. So far as the herbal products is concerned, our government is sanctioned 4,000 crores in this package for herbal agriculture, herbal plantation. Any person having a piece of land belonging to the small or marginal farmer group will get 40% subsidy, free training, free plants. And farmers, rich farmers will be provided free training, free plantation, but not subsidy. Our National Medicinal Plant Board and State Medicinal Plant Board will jointly organize the programs so that people are eligible to get the subsidy. And we can start, many people can start our herbal products processing plant, fruit processing plant, food processing plant, cow products processing plant, Panchagavya industries, so that our rural economy will grow to the maximum height, so that they can boost our country's economy to $5 economy as visualized by our great Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I am quite happy that within these few months, the country has shown enormous energy to fulfill the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's dream has become the national dream. So, now it is our time to contribute our utmost, to work hard day and night, to develop the standard of our rural people, to improve their standard of living, to start new entrepreneurship. And that will be a tremendous thing for our country. And I am sure that we have supplied hydroxychloroquine and many other medicines to many countries of the world. And we have been working very hard with a very good speed to develop this vaccination for corona. And our Honorable Prime Minister declared that we would supply it to the world. And now the world is feeling very well. But in this pandemic situation also, there are a few vested interest people who are creating misconception among the farmers regarding the farm bill, which is really aimed at benefiting our farmers, to give them a real liberty which they have not been able to get after independence. So this will grant their liberty to sell their products online throughout the country and even abroad by forming farmer producer societies. They can go outside India to sell these products. Mandi system will be there, MSP will be there, but if they get to a better price, they have a liberty to go to any place to sell their products. But these people are misusing their organizations, are misleading the farmers, so that the country's economy may be disturbed, because the middleman is suffered. The farmers cannot be exploited anymore. But the persons who have been benefited by exploiting the farmers cannot tolerate such a liberty to the farmer to sell their products anywhere. Now the middlemen's conspiracy should be finished and the country should stand with one voice. They should say that we cannot disturb the farmer's economy. We cannot disturb his life. He is the real Annadata of our nation. We can add value to our farmers' produce. Tomato is being sold at 5 rupees a kg during the time of production in rural areas. But tomato sauce is sold at 200, 300 rupees a kg. Potato is sold at 500 rupees a kg, but potato chips are sold at 500 rupees a kg. This is value addition, this is industry. In our rural areas, our entrepreneurs can start these food processing plants, achar, jelly, juice, jam, badi, papad, aloo chips, etc. Handmade paper mill, paper bags, kaya industries, waste management plants, which are of utmost importance today. E-waste, garden waste, kitchen waste, our agricultural waste, or industrial waste, all these things can be processed, harnessed and reutilized, so that it will create more employment for the rural people, more employment for the rural artisans. And government has planned, government is giving trainings to these rural people free of cost, sometimes with stipends also. So now we can take the benefit of these programs and we can enable our people to stand on their own feet. All these packages are meant to bring the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat into reality. And this great national dream is to be materialized, and everybody has a role in it. I hope under your able leadership, these ideas can be infused among the Indian citizens, entrepreneurs, and our think tanks, so that they will contribute their utmost to make this dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat true. With this, I conclude. Namaste.
Honorable Minister Shri Sarangi, thank you so very much for connecting with us live and virtually, electronically, and sharing your thoughts with us in the form of the Chief Guest Address. Something that we have definitely looked up to and something that we are noting at the same time. Thank you for that optimism. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, as they say that social distancing is still fine, but as long as there is no emotional distancing, we are all good to go. Welcoming everybody who has just joined us at the ETSME Growth Conclave 2020. And with that, it's time for a special address by our industry veteran. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in e-welcoming this time the Executive Director, Union Bank of India. Let's give it up to e-welcome Dinesh Kumar Garg. Over to you, Mr. Garg.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings to everyone. Trust you are all keeping safe and healthy. It's a pleasure and privilege to share my mind on a theme so closer to national pursuits. India is amidst a demographic sweet spot wherein aspirations are fueling economic growth. There has been a manifest gap, however, between aspirations and resource allocation, which has meant most aspirations do not find wings enough to fully scope the sky of opportunities India offers. This fact is driven home by none other than our 60 million plus micro, small and medium enterprises that dot the landscape of our country. While their contribution in India's GDP and merchandise exports remain significant at 30% and 48% respectively, it is the employment intensity that makes them priority for policymakers. More than 110 million Indians are employed in MSMEs, accounting for a quarter of our total workforce, of which 97% are employed in micro units. It is pertinent that MSMEs rise in efficiency and competitiveness to gain scale over time. Addressing credit access and affordability is a must. While credit flow have improved significantly in last couple of decades, formal channels still meet less than one-fifth of the credit needs of MSMEs in India. We are happy to support every initiative that helps unlock the true potential of entrepreneurs. This SME Summit is another way to bring all stakeholders at one common forum to exchange thoughts, share concerns, and seek solutions for the problems ahead. With changing economic structure, there is a changed canvas of opportunities and challenges for players. COVID has disrupted many lives, not to say of businesses, which are facing a new normal of social distancing and health exigencies over commercial pursuits. The theme of summit, reigniting growth engine for small businesses with digital marketplaces and digital transformation, aptly captures this imperative. India is becoming a data-rich society. Mobile penetration is near universal, while internet subscriber base has zoomed to 500 million people. Every Indian has a biometric ID in Aadhaar. There happens 40 million Aadhaar-based authentications every day through which citizens access multiple services, including opening a bank account, taking a mobile connection, fuel, hotel, stay, etc., or receiving government subsidies. Likewise, common service centers are being set up across all the village panchayats, providing the access points for delivery of various electronic services to every village. Data consumption per user, meanwhile, has grown to 12 GB per month, bringing India at par with many of the developed economies. Digital transactions in India have surpassed $2 trillion a month in value terms. It's time we harness these digital developments to financially empower our MSMEs. Digital marketplaces are disrupting the established traditional marketplace models and transforming the economy and societies in India by providing a platform for innovations. This disruption has impacted drastically the way India's shop, bank, work, spend their holidays, or book their hiring cab. The growth of digital marketplace relies on digital market space, payment landscape, logistics, mobile and internet infrastructure, and adaptive business models. The relative restrictions on physical movement during lockdown period has resulted in migration of buying trend from look and feel buying to making purchases by tapping the images on cell phone screens. Small businesses, including retailers, e-tailers, have newfound opportunity in the digital market segment to grow their top line and margins as well. Industries such as technology sector, entertainment, food and real estate sector, healthcare, etc., have reaped the benefits of digitization. The extraordinary surge of electronic manufacturing in India, like mobile manufacturing, etc., have created an ecosystem of new productivities and new opportunities for fintechs. For example, India has emerged as a big hub for mobile manufacturing. Fintechs, for example, have emerged to ride on the smartphone ubiquity to offer credit to unorganized sector lacking collateral or documentary evidences needed for conventional underwriting of loans. At Union Bank of India, the industry segments of growth potentials are actively studied, identified, and classified as thrust areas for financing the business requirements. Our bank encourages our clients enhancing their business through need-based financing, hand-holding of small businesses, units, and MSMEs through timely counseling, meeting of credit requirements, sustaining of growth curve is given equal importance. Towards digital lending for small borrowers and MSMEs, bank has adopted straight-through process for MSME loans up to 5 crore. New as well as existing customers of our bank seeking credit facilities up to 5 crore can apply online and receive in principle approval within 30 minutes. The link for applying such loans is hosted on bank's corporate website, and it is also provided on bank's mobile application U-Mobile. Further, a dedicated Shishu Mudra scheme is also developed as an end-to-end digital application platform to avail loan up to rupees 50,000 through mobile, and a web-based application interface in self-service mode has been provided. To facilitate the loan mechanism through STP, necessary application programming interface are also put in place. Union Bank of India has been one of the pioneers in adopting the trades platform for lending to MSME segment, which is another digital lending mechanism. These unique online platforms have hassle-free processes for ensuring adequate financial support to MSMEs. We are already on board with 3 RBI registered trades platforms, namely RXIL, A-Trades, M1 Exchange. The digital payments solution has witnessed rapid growth in recent years. Union Bank of India has been utilizing the invoice validation service of Swift India since March 2020 through API integration. During the lockdown phase of COVID-19 pandemic, the bank was better placed to test the genuineness of these trade transactions. Availability of e-way bill along with supporting trade documents are providing additional comfort for due diligence of bills, optimize the turnaround time for collection, negotiation, and discounting of bills of the customer in these difficult times of pandemic. Our bank is also in the process of onboarding the government e-marketplace GEM Sahay portal for invoicing financing, which shall also be complete digital journey for the borrower. We have seen many of the MSMEs and e-retailers are now registering on the digital B2B marketplace for e-commerce giants like Amazon, etc. This provides the business units a ready marketplace to expand the opportunity for selling goods online. Our bank is actively considering for tie-up with digital marketers like Amazon, which shall augment brand awareness of our borrowers and also act as a lead generation for our bank. In terms of MSME loan book, Union Bank of India is only second to State Bank of India in public sector bank space. It speaks of our widely distributed pan-India reach, digital capabilities, and service efficiencies. More recently, we have become the first among public sector banks to provide digital documentation facility through NESL. It solves a major hurdle in digitally serving MSME customers. Our world is changing faster than we seem to acknowledge. Most of us are playing a catch-up game with the technology trends and fail to capture the demand dynamics as much as we would like to. We need not be doing so. Digital connectivity and resultant wealth of information on customers could be harnessed through data analytics. For example, our bank may shift from conventional balance sheet based lending framework to transactional based loan appraisal system. By leveraging technology, we could bring down cost of credit, making more enterprises economically viable. Likewise, the MSMEs can fully leverage their potential by targeting their clients. We must be present where the customer is. There is no denying that mobile screen captures increasingly larger share of our waking hours than anything else. If your business strategy doesn't capture this, then you are not going to realize the opportunities available in the marketplace. I'm sure this summit will galvanize you to bring necessary makeover to make a winning strategy. Digital marketplaces are preferred site for marketers in the present pandemic scenario. It is unlikely to change even after we have the cure ready in the form of vaccine. Digital marketplaces are here to stay as they provide ease, market scalability, and cost efficiencies. COVID has only accelerated the shift. Sooner we ride the trend, better it will be for our businesses. While we take charge of emerging trends, I can assure you that Union Bank of India is committed to support your ventures, help you realize your true potential. I wish all the MSMEs and fintechs all the success. Thank you.
Well, time to harness the digital capabilities, said so aptly by Shrigad there. So thank you very, very much for those moves that you just suggested, in a way that how you're committed, and also at the same time the industry insights that you just shared with us. This is going to be very helpful for our forum over here. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, as we march ahead, you all would agree that the rapid rise in online opportunities has encouraged many businesses to use the lockdown to improve their digital capabilities. Well, what's coming up will be a thought leaders discussion. Stay tuned as we get connected to them.
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are connected to the thought leaders that I had just said. Well, I hope you're assimilating all the insights that are coming your way. Hashtag ETSME growth is the official hashtag that you must use while also assimilating what's going to come up in terms of emerging opportunities in digital marketplaces. We are going to brew a discussion around this, and the thought leaders are right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome our panelists for this panel discussion. Heartily welcoming you, Chandrakant Salunke, founder and president, SME Chamber of India and Federation of Indian SME Associations. With that, we are also going to be connected with Ravi Mathur, former CEO, GS1 India. Well, this is going to be a riveting discussion. We're also going to be joined by Sandeep Barganti, MD and CEO, Prion. Well, with that, Neeru Sharma, the co-founder of InfiBeam Avenues Limited, is also going to be joining us as a panelist. And the strings of this discussion would be handheld virtually by the editor and CEO of SME Street, Faiz Askari, is going to take over. So Faiz, can I hand it over to you?
So thank you so much, Shikha, for the quick and a very interesting introduction, and thank you so much all the distinguished panelists, Mr. Chandrakant Salinke, Mr. Mathur, Neeru, and Mr. Sandeep. So we have today is a very qualified and interesting panel, which has a lot of insightful for a very critical subject from today's perspective and today's time with regards to MSMEs bounce back. I am, I'm trying to, use some words which can ultimately, motivate the MSMEs, because this is a time of fighting back, and this is actually time of bouncing back to the growth path. And what all we have observed is yes, it's visible to everybody, but definitely now it's the time to move on. And Mr. Chandrakant Salinke is among us, is one of the most experienced person with regards to the understanding of MSMEs. We have Neil from Infobeam, which definitely can add value from the perspective of how digital payments and digital transactions are shaping up, which is very important. And so on. So I would like to start with a pointer which is relevant here, and would definitely be addressed to Neeru can add her points, or maybe Sandeep also, because this is related to the e-commerce. See, what all we have observed in the pre-COVID era was the emergence of e-commerce, and we have seen a lot of small sellers or small MSMEs, small manufacturers utilizing the tool of e-commerce and trying to expand their business. But suddenly came the pandemic, when everything got locked down, and a lot of add-ons were required. So add-ons were, people were trying to prefer, or trying to come out with some solutions which could facilitate touchless e-commerce experience. This is one. Secondly, the exponential boom on e-commerce platforms led to a lot of issues and you know a lot of instances as well, where people have experienced some problems with regards to SME, with regards to the e-commerce portals. Having said that, where are we heading towards, and what are the key parameters which will definitely going to drive the next wave of e-commerce in India, especially when we are heading towards the post-COVID scenario? Over to you, Neeru, and Sandeep can also add value in this, and I'll have some questions for Mr. Chandrakant once we hear from Neeru and Sandeep.
Hi, Faz. Thank you so much for this introduction. And yeah, I think to be very honest, I mean, we are all citizens of this global digital economy today. Now, over the last 1 decade, the digital ecosystem has seen some massive development of very robust infrastructure, and this includes like internet, telecom, platform, payments. So these are all different ways to solve the real life complex problems, and these could be problems in analytics, in logistics, in supply chain, in the securities of payments and data, among others. Now companies like Infibeam and a number of other such companies have made the Indian merchants and customers experience the digital adoption and benefits for the first time over this last 1 decade. There is a lot of efforts which are going towards allowing customers to experience the digitalized economic activities, which are seeing a lot of investment in India today. Now, by the end of the decade and owing to pandemic, what happened was from online shopping to food delivery to transport, everything has adopted a new way of digital transformation. Even government, for that matter, if you look at it, they are adopting a digital way of life. They are encouraging many new gen digital companies to offer platforms. Even education has got completely transformed in this pandemic times, and government is itself actually moving to a digital platform mode, like the GEM platform, which is the government e-marketplace platform. Government is trying to transform the procurement needs of the public sector are met. And some numbers, just because we happen to be one of the consortium partners managing that platform, I know that MSME sellers are actually making more than 50% of all these transaction volume that goes from the GEM platform. In the last 1 year, in the pandemic time, there has been more than a 300% jump in the number of MSME sellers who have come and tried to deal with the government in the public procurement mode. Now, pandemic, I think, was a major disruptive factor when it comes to digital technology adoption. This is like once in a generation revolution that has been seen among the MSMEs.
Hmm.
Very I think very powerful for job creation in a very digital new way, because the talent itself is changing. The growth is coming at a time when it is actually most needed by the SME sector to sustain. And this is actually going to be a global trend. This is not just in India. Even UK, I was reading a report that 73% of businesses have actually turned to technology, when only 17% said that we have a plan to move to technology or investments in digital. 43% of these were actually SMEs in the UK as well. So the pandemic actually made everybody think on the need to reinvent their business. And the major contributing factor was that the customer is all online, and it is very easy to connect through the digital mode to this customer. Now, e-commerce contribution, I think every other company, retailer or brand, they'll agree with me, when it was a low lying number from a 20 to a 30%, now everybody has an aspiration and they know that 50% volume might come from the e-commerce way. So platforms, cloud services, they're all going to play a big role in how the industry is going to shape in the coming times. The non-technology sector SMEs who were not going to invest, who did not have a plan to invest in digital, now are actually looking for cloud-based subscription models, some trial schemes where they could also enter the digital sector. So this change is here now, and this change is for good. And I think the industry together needs to give them all sort of confidence and support them to invest in this by coming with the right, I think, viable commercial models for SMEs to come and take a bigger share of what the industry and become a major contributor.
Yes. Yes. So, yeah, thank you so much. That is fast and very articulate. Sandeep, if you would like to add any point in this, especially with regards to the the involvement of MSMEs in the post-COVID and the COVID scenario,
Absolutely.
involvement of MSMEs in the e-commerce space.
Absolutely. So I've been, thanks for this opportunity to begin with. Um, so I'll try to split my comments into two areas, right? One is the customers, and the second is the SMBs, or the folks who are trying to cater to these customers. There's a big evolution in the change for the in the customer behavior itself, right? Multiple ways. There is contactless transactions that customers are preferring. Number two, they're not preferring to go into crowded markets anymore. They'd like to order from the comforts of their home. So there is a change in consumer behavior, the way they want to shop for stuff, be it FMCG, which is daily needs, or be it electronics or apparel, everything. There is a evolution in the customer behavior. At the same time, for SMBs, during the pandemic, right? I think we're still in the pandemic, but I'm talking referring to the first couple of months of the pandemic. The SMBs were impacted negatively.
Hmm.
Heavy impact because of continuing operational expenses, but no income,
Hmm.
no revenues. The shops were shut. There was no commerce happening. Number two, impact on cash flows. Outflow continues. There's no inflow, that I've already spoken about. Manpower crunch, right? The pandemic forced most of the folks who were working in their shops, doing the deliveries, to move back to their hometowns, creating a manpower crunch, and so on and so forth. There's a bunch of things. But now, surprisingly, just a couple of months after the pandemic, right, once the unlock process started, all of this has converted into a tailwind for small and medium businesses. So
Hmm.
just gave you a pre-context to what's happening. Now that's turned into a tailwind. But the SMBs now, there are a bunch of opportunities that are opening up, right? They've realized the power of e-commerce. They can set earlier, the offline stores or their retail capabilities were spread across a limited footprint, maybe 2 or 3 pin codes or wherever the store is located. By going online, they're able to cater to thousands of pin codes across the country, right? That's the first tailwind. They've realized the potential. Number two, now they have the opportunity to expand, build their customer base without commensurate investments in expanding their presence. Earlier, if they want to expand to another set of pin codes in the same city, or enter into another city or state, they had a lot of investment to do. They don't need to do that when they try to use the power of e-commerce. Well, that's from a micro perspective. If you look at it, what's happening overall, right, with all the pandemic, post-pandemic decisions, policy related, reform related,
Hmm.
there is two large opportunities opening up. There is opportunity for import substitution. When I say import substitution, India as a company, India as a country is huge from a consumption. We have such a large population, and that we are huge consumers, and we were depending on China as a country for a lot of imports. So there is an opportunity to substitute that, and that's where SMBs play a great part, not just from how they cater to a majority of the GDP for the country, but also because of their sheer capabilities. There is a possibility to import substitution. Second, at the same time, there is growing need outside India, and India can play a part in export substitution, where we can replace countries like China to send our products. Could be across industries, from agriculture to manufacturing. There is a huge potential for MSMEs to play a part in exports also. So I think there are 3-4 areas that
Absolutely.
MSMEs can play on, and
Hmm.
the opportunity has just opened up. I think it's just the beginning. I think the next decade is going to be strong, and SMBs will continue to be the backbone for our country's economy. I'll take a pause. I have a bunch of
Absolutely.
other comments I will make
Yes,
later.
yes, absolutely, and we have Mr. Chandrakant Solanke, who is a seasoned professional, as well as a policy influencer. When it comes to MSMEs are concerned, we will also touch upon the touchless and the technologies, especially with regards to the barcoding or the advanced level of inventory management, which helps MSMEs as well as MSMEs in managing the kind of e-commerce requirements from Mr. Ravi Mathur. But before that, we will I have one point for Mr. Solanke, that we all know that technologies are available. We all know that MSMEs are considering e-commerce as one of the important area for their business growth. But like Sandeep has also mentioned, there is an element of financing, there is an element of investment from the MSME's standpoint, and then there is a issue of unfinanced MSMEs, and there are research, there are data which is available. We also, like at SME Street, we published a report in which we reached out to MSMEs, and we found that 34% of MSMEs are struggling to grow. When we ask, what are the reasons for their this struggle, 34% have pointed out MSME finance as the biggest hurdle for them, to grow to the newer markets, or to deploy any new technology, or to deploy any new method for their business to expand. So this is one realistic problem. Mr. Solanke, how is your experience? What is your opinion on this, especially with regards to when it comes to the new age technologies, the relevance and the need for such new age technologies to be to be in profitable business? At the same time, when we say COVID, we also have to accept the fact that COVID has also brought down a lot of sales in the earlier quarters of this year, which actually led to a cash crunch. How do you look at the whole situation?
Okay. Good morning to all. First of all, thank you for having me on this platform. Special thanks to ETH. Friends, when the Honorable Prime Minister announced the Digital India platform, and the Digital India platform, looking towards, not only just a major government role, but a governance role. And there, that time, we realized that this is the right time to connect with the Digital India with the digital SME. And we have started education and an awareness program for last 3 years, particularly for SME sector, on fintech, on the marketing, branding, promotion, acquiring latest technology, acquiring the advanced technology, patented technology, because we have to compete with not only just local market, but the global market, and especially with the Chinese and Korean and Japanese companies. And looking at the point now, the pandemic started, and the globally, the 1st March, I will be happy to know that on 1st March globally, more than at least 36,000 webinar happened on one day. So I have informed my colleagues in the world that let us celebrate 1st March, a global digital revolution day. So this may be, all of you must be not aware, but I'm just sharing this on this platform because we are talking digital. Now, coming to the point about the phrase you have mentioned about, see, this is the right time to adopt this kind of concept by the MSME sector, particularly those are not only in the city, metro city, but scattered all over India in a rural area. Digital adoption is the most important scenario now. If you will not adopt digital system, you are not going to be present on any platform. You need a proper system for the marketing, development, financial system, branding, and you have to promote your product at not only just local level, but national, international level. And I found that a lot of the government agencies, government departments are focusing more on how they can integrate the system and put a lot of suggestion, funding, value addition services to empower SMEs. Looking at point, the SME sector is playing very important role, starting for entrepreneurship, employment, encouraging the new entrepreneurship, exports, putting efforts for the ease of doing business, and mostly, they are doing some, innovation, invention for the product. Looking at the, particularly the stopping the imports from the China. Not stop means, the reduction of the imports from China. This is the right time. Indian companies. Even a lot of Indian industries are struggling because of this, some IT product from some, some electrical product, electronics product, which is stopped by buying from the China. But now we're looking at the Taiwan. But ultimately, why we will go out? So we have to manufacture. We have to source our resources to develop more technology, develop more activity. And rather, there are plenty of Indian industries, SMEs, or the companies. They have started providing various solutions. the unique solution for the, I call it as a business solutions for SMEs. Like a Sandeep, how the Neeru said, the business solutions for SMEs. This is the time now to bring new ideas, bring new technology, new platform to, to provide a level playing field for the MSME sector. Then only we will be able to provide a support. But before this, our program, I'm hearing from the Mr. Garg, from the executive director from the UBI, the Union Bank of India. There are 7 crore MSMEs in India and 4 crore self-employed. How they are, achieving the target? Because 45 lakh MSMEs are enjoying banking facility. So this is a lacking between technology, affordable technology, finance, affordable finance, and mostly level playing field created by the government. This is my some thoughts for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I mentioned, this is the time to actually deploy new technologies. This is the time to deploy and use the advanced technologies which can definitely transform the business and make it adaptable as per today's demands. We will touch upon few other points which I have, but before that we have Mr. Ravi Mathur, who has led an organization in India which is about this, what the point we have we have all discussed. So barcoding, or which is one of the most important element in the modern day retailing or modern day inventory management. This is one aspect. It has transformed the Indian retail segment. So let's hear from him about how he looks at with his experience, how he looks at the future, and how the e-commerce in India, especially with regards to MSMEs and SMEs, can take them to the future ready zone.
Thank you, Faiz, and good morning to everyone. Yes, let me focus on some of the other areas related to technologies and particularly standards which SMEs need to adopt to be able to take advantage of the digital marketplaces which are emerging. 20 years ago, when we first started on with this, there was virtually not a single product in India which carried a barcode, which was also because there wasn't any organized retail as such. And therefore, there was no concept of scanning. And since then, as what we know today, by default, virtually every product has a barcode, and it has a unique and universal number under it, which follows what is the system used all over the world. And this unique identity is something like an Aadhaar for each of the product. Once it's identified in the supply chain, all across the world, it gets identified uniquely. But it's not just the identification of the product, it's the ability to represent all information about the product, especially in the online world, in a manner that it is easy for shoppers, whether they are shopping online or they are shopping in brick and mortar, they are able to do it seamlessly. They are able to search for it across multiple digital marketplaces and be able to, and from an SME perspective, they are able to be high up on the search when the shoppers are looking for similar products. So this whole process of identification of millions of products which are there on different marketplaces and the associated information related to the product description, behind it, it's a lot of technology, it's a lot of algorithm which is used by these marketplaces and these search engines. So how a shopper can just feed in a search some item that he's looking for, and how one can make sure that an SME would prop up, let's say right on top when that item is being sourced. It's not in our hands to dictate how the shopper sources for that information, but it is in our hands that if the information that is provided by the supplier and which is represented and listed by the digital marketplace is in a standardized, structured manner, then it would make life very easy, both for the shopper and particularly for the SME supplier to be visible to thousands and millions of shoppers all over the world. And so I think these are important aspects. And there are a lot of third-party providers and digital marketplaces themselves who are assisting SMEs in being able to, for example, take images of their products such that they would be easy to understand by shoppers who are shopping online, that all the information is such that whatever you're looking for. And today, the shopper is so aware. He doesn't only look at the price and quality, he is looking at other considerations related to, is the product, carbon neutral? Is it sustainable? Does it follow fair trade practices? Etc., etc. So there are just so many considerations that a shopper looks for. And the more information that a supplier provides in a structured and standardized manner, the better is the chance that he's likely to back that order. So I think there's a gamut of international standards which go behind helping SME suppliers in being able to list their products on digital marketplaces with ease and being able to search across on multiple search engines. And, this is only going to explode further. And now, very recently, the government of India actually went ahead with what they call the Prime Minister's, wide area network interface. And that has an aim that within the next 10 years, within the next 2 years, there will be 10 million points of Wi-Fi set up, public Wi-Fi setups, where they're not just public Wi-Fi points, they're basically providers. Even a Kirana shop could become a Wi-Fi spot, and they could host information about SME suppliers, and that could be accessed directly by suppliers. Look at, for example, what Reliance Jio is doing. They've got tablets which they are providing to thousands of Kirana shops. It's preloaded with information about products from SME suppliers, and there is a ready way that orders can be placed. So SMEs really need to, jump on that bandwagon. Of course, the pandemic gives additional urgency to the entire process. SMEs, which were a little diffident earlier on adoption of technology, really have no other option but to go ahead with it very, very aggressively.
Absolutely.
Because even once the pandemic is over, possibly there is a permanent change in the way shoppers will now shop. There is obviously going to be a lot more online happening, even if there are brick and mortar stores. And we know internationally the trend now. Marks and Spencer is downgrading their brick and mortar stores. We've had news of IKEA, which is trying to go online, all because it's extremely expensive to have brick and mortar stores in high streets. So online is going to be a way of life. And it would be good if SMEs take this proactively. Don't be diffident about it. There is enough expertise to help them to come online, whether it's being provided directly by the digital marketplaces or it is being provided to third-party providers. But they need to adopt all this, recognize that the shoppers are changing behaviors, and they're looking at a lot more information about products. They're looking at informed choices. And when they list their products on digital marketplaces, an important aspect that they are able to take advantage of is that these digital marketplaces already enjoy the trust of shoppers. So SMEs don't have to go through a very painful process of establishing their credentials and their trust, because that becomes, which goes with your product already being listed. And Amazon listing your product gives an assurance of and confidence to the shopper. So I think SMEs need to really adopt this and implement it aggressively. And there is enough which is there in the marketplace to be able to help them to do that.
Absolutely, and very well pointed out. In fact, technology is moving towards digital, and this is actually driven by the convenience of consumers. So there is one more parameter, like you have pointed out, the huge potential coming to all of us through the public Wi-Fi infrastructure, and what we can expect after that kind of humongous infrastructure set up in place. we might think of a situation when people will go to the markets and they order online. So imagine a scenario when I'm walking in a crowded marketplace. Either I'm driving by a crowded marketplace and I'm ordering my product directly to my car. So even that is also possible, or something of that sort. It is all driven by the convenience of people. That is one. So there is one more data, there's one more observation which is there, which is about the credit card penetration. Although digital payments have traveled multiple decades of journey in last few years in India. We have seen huge growth in digital payment space. We have seen success stories like Paytm, like PayU, and so many as Infibeam as well, in terms of the digital payment scenario. But in terms of the actual credit worthiness, which allows banks to to enable the consumers to get credit cards, or that credit support. This applies to SMEs as well as to individual buyers as well. So that penetration is still quite low. Do you see that technology, and especially with regards to e-commerce technology, do you see that uh, this the financial technologies can probably play their role in ensuring the penetration go deeper, as well as this will all going to implement or going to impact the e-commerce space?
Absolutely, Faiz. And digital payments is obviously the way to go ahead. And that's how you see now that you've got Google Pay, you've got Amazon Pay, and the moment WhatsApp Pay also gets the clearance, we can look for an explosion that's going to happen in terms of digital payments. And obviously, they all work on the bedrock of trust and faith and confidence. So yes, there'll be lots of technologies. Just to give you an idea of one of the ways, for example, how credit worthiness or how banks would be able to evaluate, or digital marketplaces would be able to evaluate credible suppliers and be able to separate credible suppliers from not so credible ones. Globally, there is a movement which started after the Lehman Brothers crisis, of being able to identify each organization which participates in financial transactions through a unique identifier. Sorry. Globally, this is called the LEI, Legal Entity Identifier. And there's a global organization called the Global Legal Entity Identification Foundation, headquartered out of Switzerland. And that the job is a non-for-profit organization which is formed by the stock exchanges and by regulators across the world. From the government of India, Reserve Bank of India is also represented on that. And their objective is to give a unique identity to every organization which participates in financial transactions. The whole idea is that something like the Lehman Brothers crisis does not come up again. So you would be in a position to identify any organization participating in financial markets uniquely, be able to establish who are their parents, the subsidiaries, their branches, and really have a complete audit trail of all their transactions. And I think that would go a long way from a perspective of being able to, for the digital marketplaces, to be able to get credible suppliers, because it is digital marketplaces who take exposure. They are the ones who are being trusted by the end consumer. So they take exposure every time they list a supplier. And they would depend on such kind of financial instruments to make sure that the suppliers that they are listing on their websites are credible. So I think that's going to happen.
No, absolutely, and this is the same thing which I would like to hear from Mr. Solanki also, and Neeru can also add her perspective in terms of how she looks at the digital the digital credit process penetration. Mr. Solanki, if you can add your perspective on the MSME standpoint.
See, the 59 minutes loan facility started by the SIDBI and the private sector. Particularly, that was given some gear up for particularly those are looking for funding. But somehow, the financial system, digital system is most important now. When Mr. Raghuram Rajan was a governor of RBI and I'm the member of the Monetary Policy Review Committee, regularly we meet. And that time also I have praised about particularly how the banking system come to the digital. And now mostly during the pandemic we have utilized the digital. Particularly coming back to the Mr. Ravi Mathur's point that when the WhatsApp will come in this digital payment system, there will be huge new competition will be there, and somehow this is a very very good opportunity for the company, particularly customers, and mostly the digital platform providers, because there will be competition. Every person and every company will provide a quality services. And therefore it will be useful because we are saving a time, we are saving money, we are saving efforts. Earlier, we used to supply for any company and we had to wait for 90 days, 120 days for a payment. Now you, as a small company, another very interesting I would like to share here, Mr. Mathur and Sandeep has highlighted. SME Chamber of India has encouraged all my members, and particularly we have also informed all, create your website like a e-commerce website. Put your product, display your product on your website, connect with a digital platform system, payment system, where any customer from India or outside, they can go view your product, your services, they can buy, they can make a payment, you can start working. So this is now the new avenues created for the MSME sector, particularly those are capable, those are producing the quality product, competitive product, and they can survive in this difficult situation.
Absolutely. So we are now, concluding this part. I would just, before that, I would just like to hear quickly from Ms. Nehru about, about this whole this thing, especially with regards to, digital finance or digital, payments.
Sure. So, Faiz, there is an adoption of the digital way of transacting, which is to enable the pace, the scale, and innovations that are coming in the digital setups today. So, digital payments, in effect, they have witnessed, I would say, a very steady growth across the globe with the emerging markets who are always leading this change. While India's payments journey has been marked by very specific events, I would say one inflection point was the launch of UPI and demonetization in 2016. Today, India itself is regarded as one of the largest leading payment ecosystems, and we are actually serving as a benchmark to many other countries in leveraging our technology to facilitate payments. A couple of very key innovations that are happening across the payment solutions and including us for CC Avenues, because in Infibeam, we have CC Avenues as one of the strongest comprehensive online payment solutions. Like there is business to business payments, so which is to automate, streamline, and simplify all business collections and payments via all these online payment modes. How it helps the SMEs, it accelerates their cash flows, it improves their efficiencies, and it saves a lot of cost for them. The second piece is, since everybody is coming to WhatsApp, Facebooks, and these social channels are becoming so important, so the social network in stream payments is actually going to play a big role as well, because people want to purchase and transact while they are browsing on these different social platforms. The third is the invoice payments, which happens to be one of the key payment requirements for everybody, all kind of merchants and businesses. So this allows you to automatically create and send these itemized, recurring, bulk invoices, and that too in multiple currencies. Subscription is another big upcoming thing because it allows you to create a very automated and customizable subscription plan so that your recurring payments are also enabled. So very basic requirements of the SMEs will need to be answered, and we including a lot of other key innovators in the technology sector, they are working on these initiatives to make it very seamless, because the more ease we are able to provide, I think the credit penetration and everything will grow, because the customer is online, he wants to pay digitally. So now you have to ensure that all the collections that are being made, all your supply chain, your entire ecosystem is actually served in the digital mode.
Absolutely. And in the end, Mr. Sandeep, if you would like to add some of your experience on this and, on your advice on how, the e-commerce should move ahead, especially with regards to the digital payments and MSMEs.
Yes. So I have a few final comments. Definitely, Faiz. Thanks for the opportunity. I think more and more we speak about digitalization of SMBs and how the customers' behavior preferences are changing. My observations tell me that it can't be digitization only. It can't be online only. It can't be e-commerce only. I think it's a time where both offline and online industries should collaborate. So I sort of have something in mind where I say it's the time. The next decade is time for what I call as three C's. These threes are collaborative, compassionate, commerce. So we have to be collaborative with each other, industry, along with small and medium businesses. And when we say small and medium businesses, it has to be a camaraderie between online and offline. So that's what I call as a collaborative system. Compassionate, we have to be compassionate about the SMBs, about their needs, about their lending needs, credit needs, manpower needs. We have to be compassionate about the workforce. So I say we need, it's time for compassionate commerce. And I say commerce, I don't say e-commerce deliberately, because what works in India is overall retail, overall commerce. E-commerce is just below 5% still. There's a lot more business happening outside. So
Yes.
I would like to end this conversation by saying that the time of the, it's the need of the hour is to follow three C's, which is collaborative, compassionate commerce.
Absolutely, absolutely. So thank you so much, and so e-commerce obviously is the way forward. Maturity on e-commerce is going to happen, and especially the points which we all have discussed today in this conversation are going to mature the users of e-commerce in India, be it MSMEs who are e-commerce vendors, or the consumers as well. So thank you so much.
May I just add a
Yes,
point, Faiz? May I
yes,
just add a
Mr. Ravi.
point?
Yes.
I think, an SME needs to understand that with brick and mortar, they were
Hmm.
constrained in terms of the number of products which could be
Hmm.
physically lifted by brick and mortar retail.
Hmm.
Now, in the digital world, there is just no limit. The digital shelf space is unlimited. So an entire product range of an
Absolutely,
SME
absolutely.
Otherwise, we can say that, as
Yeah.
MSME should from the, straight to now digital.
Yeah,
Ye-
and the other point, Faiz, is that uh, SME suppliers can get an instant feedback on how their product is being viewed, because
Hmm.
of with
Hmm.
customer reviews. So
Hmm.
you know whether to continue to make that product, whether you should make some changes in it or withdraw it, or where you
Hmm.
should innovate on new products. Now, all of this was not
Hmm.
possible in the brick and mortar world, which has suddenly become possible through this. And I think SMEs must take cognizance. Plus, all this support available of
Very,
logistics and supply chain, in house expertise of digital
very true.
marketplaces, just avail of it. You don't got to start from zero base.
Hmm, absolutely. So with this, expert opinions and recommendation, I would like to thank all our distinguished panelists, especially Mr. Solanki, Mr. Ravi Mathur, Neeru, and Mr. Sandeep for giving these insightfuls. I'm sure all these points or your recommendations will definitely help MSMEs who are still in a dilemma how to go about it. Actually, the question is not about how to go about it or when to go about it. It is not a question. It is a very clear indication, and it's a demand for business to go about it. And that's how we will get into the maturity usage of e-commerce and advancement of technology, which will definitely going to lead us to a new flavor of business altogether. Thank you so much. And it's up to now it's over to the organizers for the next session.
Faiz, thank you very much. You did such a fine job at moderating the panel there. And panel, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Well, if I can dare use this word, I could see a positive aggression and at the same time, very positive belief that online is going to be the way of life henceforth when it comes to the marketplaces, the emerging marketplaces, if you talk about. So thank you so much for spending your time with us. And our audiences are busy tweeting and sharing their experiences using the official hashtag, which is hashtag ETSME growth. So there you go. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, since we would like to believe that we at ETH are unstoppable. So I'm going to make a quick, swift move to our keynote address for the day, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to be about SMEs growth, moving businesses from brick and mortar to digital, something that we also touched upon in the preceding panel that you all just witnessed at the same time. But let's get more perspective. And I promise you, this is going to be a strong and a forceful one because this is coming from the Vice President from Amazon India. Ladies and gentlemen, time to give it up for Manish Tiwari. Manish, it's over to you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this extremely germane gathering that is centered on reigniting growth engine for small businesses with digital marketplaces and digital transformation. I mean, we are all aware that MSMEs are the growth engine of the Indian economy, and they've been a fundamental part of our business worldwide and in India. This sector has created more than 11 crore jobs and contributes to close to 30% of the GDP and close to 50% of exports. It is critical, therefore, for the government, the private sector, and industry bodies to work together at scale and empower MSMEs in realizing the vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Over the past few years, with increase in internet penetration, growth in smartphones, and as India started understanding the benefits of e-commerce, we have seen significant adoption of e-commerce coming from tier 2 and below geographies. Today, over 10 lakh SMBs and MSMEs in India run their businesses on Amazon and have been key to our vision of transforming the way India buys and sells. Since our launch in India, we've introduced several initiatives to bring e-commerce closer to SMBs and help them in their journey towards a digital transformation. We've always strived to create programs where we leverage our technology and talent to create scalable programs which are good for India. I still remember in the earlier years, we introduced unique campaigns like Chai Cart and Amazon Tatkal, where all of us would travel around India in four-wheeled mobile carts through hundreds of business districts. And we started empowering conversations with business owners, sellers, retailers, and SMEs over chai. And we would enroll them into our programs. And that's how Amazon started in India. As we progressed, we introduced several other programs like Amazon Karigar to empower artisans and weavers, Amazon Saheli for women entrepreneurs, and startups and brands through Amazon Launchpad. We've now launched a program called Local Shops on Amazon, which focuses on your neighboring stores, kiranas, and other neighborhood stores. We also have programs like Amazon Easy, which is to help customers come online for the first time. And I have space where we actually leverage retailers to also supply packages to our consumers. Moreover, we enable exports for India through a global selling program. As part of our continued efforts and commitment to India, at the beginning of this year, we announced our aim to digitize 10 million MSMEs with this investment, helping Indian businesses grow by selling online worldwide and enabling $10 billion in cumulative exports by 2025. For this, we announced an investment of $1 billion to bring more people into the future prosperity of India and at the same time, expose the world to the Make in India program, the products that represent India's rich and diverse culture. As a result of these unique programs which I spoke about and investments made through these years, we are able to enable over 8 lakh artisans and weavers 280,000 women entrepreneurs, thousands of startups and brands, manufacturers, exporters, and over 1 lakh plus local shops, kiranas, and other neighborhood stores. Moreover, we've crossed $2 billion in cumulative exports through Indian sellers on the Amazon Global Selling Program. While we were all moving forward in our digitization journey, the world also faced a disruption like never before, a calamity that continues to affect human life and has an impact on businesses everywhere, including here in India. At that time, to help our SMB partners, we introduced several measures like fee waivers, relaxation of policies for our sellers. We also introduced a COVID-19 health insurance policy for all our sellers, free of cost, to help them navigate through the challenges at the time. While these were short-term measures, it was important to introduce initiatives that are scalable in the long term in this new world. Considering technology and mobile internet have transformed daily lives globally, we double down on them as a scalable lever to drive inclusive economic growth. As India is very unique and is regionally very, very diverse, to address this rich diversity and break the language barrier for millions of Indian entrepreneurs, micro, small, and medium enterprises, local shops and retailers to benefit from e-commerce, we enable seller registration and account management services beyond English in both Hindi and Tamil. This launch enabled thousands of MSMEs to embrace e-commerce for the first time to grow their businesses. It's really heartening when first-time sellers from markets like Darbhanga in Bihar, Barmer in Rajasthan, Mahoba in Uttar Pradesh, Hailakandi in Assam, and Bardhaman in West Bengal signed up on Amazon to sell on the marketplace. For a majority of Indians, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, mobile is the first and only screen available. For this, the seller application of Amazon, which is an innovation that enables seamless registration to launch, track your orders, see order details, shipment confirmation, and end-to-end notification, was launched on the mobile device. Over 65% of sellers on Amazon currently use the seller app on the mobile to manage their businesses. Besides technology support, it is critical to generate customer demand and accelerate the growth of MSMEs. Hence, we hosted a series of events like the Small Business Day. We host that twice every year. Stand for Handmade, the Handicrafts Mela, the All India Handicrafts Week, Prime Day with focus on small sellers, and of course the Great Indian Festival, where our sellers have a very, very important role to play. As a result of these initiatives and events, lakhs of SMBs and MSMEs were able to revive and accelerate the growth of their business, especially after the disruption due to COVID. For instance, through the Stand for Handmade initiative alone, over 4,500 plus Punchampalli weavers from 56 villages of Telangana have recovered and were able to resume the handloom weaving business. Sale of bamboo crafts revived over 1,000 artisans from East India. Over 10,000 artisans from Chhattisgarh revived their businesses through the sale of bell metal and dhokra handicrafts. Similarly, during the recently concluded Great Indian Festival, over 100,000 sellers from over 6,000 pin codes received an order from customers across the country. I believe one of the biggest opportunities that e-commerce offers businesses is its ability to break down geographical restrictions. Businesses that get online can effectively sell to millions of customers across the country and even globally. This furthers the scope for acceptance of products in different markets, helping business owners get the right value for their products. E-commerce enables small businesses to run and become national or even global businesses with very limited investments at a fraction of the cost associated with running a business of the same scale traditionally. In addition to this, online businesses are far less limiting with regards to the time focus the business owners need to put in running the business. Online selling allows business owners to focus on their core competency, while associated processes like inventory management, customer support, packaging, shipping, all of them are taken care by a marketplace like Amazon. The third and perhaps the most important opportunity that e-commerce has to offer is a level playing field for businesses of all sizes and scale. Anyone from a single entrepreneur to the largest business house in the country can find value in the online marketplace, as everyone is given the opportunity to break geographical boundaries and sell to millions of customers across the country. If businesses are customer obsessed and focused on providing great products at the right price, they gain widespread acceptance, which eventually contributes to rising sales and growth. Digitally empowering MSMEs will propel us faster towards the vision of a digital India, catapult Make in India to go global, and create digitally enabled robust businesses that power livelihoods in the entire community. Such a transformation will have a multiplier effect by increasing consumption, spurring manufacturing growth and exports, and ultimately promoting inclusive economic growth, which is the true vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. During my last 5 years in Amazon, I do get in touch with a lot of sellers, and even during COVID, a lot of our seller partners do reach out to me on email or on mobile. I do want to share a couple of inspiring examples which have happened very, very recently. Sri Mahalakshmi Electrical is a typical neighborhood store selling to customers in the Dasrahalli locality of Bangalore. Through our local shops program on Amazon, the store is now selling online to customers across the whole of Bangalore and is earning additional income by acting as a pickup and delivery point for Amazon deliveries. Tens of thousands of neighborhood stores across the country are emerging as digital entrepreneurs. Yeah, they are getting additional footfalls because of the online presence and furthering their earning potential by acting as pickup points, logistics partner. When the proprietor of Sri Mahalakshmi Electrical called me and shared how his business is now a Bangalore business and not limited to one pin code in the city, I did feel humbled that how, as a marketplace, Amazon is actually getting MSMEs to further grow their businesses in a sustainable manner. There's another very interesting story from Telangana. Bhaskar Badugu, who runs Chandana Ikkat Weave, he joined Amazon in 2019. He has registered 3x growth since then. And now, from being a single person, he now works with 100 additional weavers across the community. That's been the journey of Bhaskar Badagu from Telangana. A local startup, Jack in the Box, is redefining toys for kids and receiving thousands of orders from customers, not only in India, including in the US, without having to invest in distribution infrastructure to supply to US customers. By the way, one of my favorite is a digital-first tea brand out of India, which actually made its way to Oprah Winfrey's favorite list of products. These are some terrific examples of how digitization is empowering different types of businesses to succeed and how it fosters inclusive growth. We realize and are very humbled that all of these sellers are relying on us more than ever before, and we take this responsibility very, very seriously. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts, and I wish the conclave and the seminar the very best. Thank you so much.
Well, Manish, thank you very, very much for those insights that have poured in, something very pivotal to note there. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, before I lead you all into the next discussion of the day, I'm reminded of this little adage, you know, when they say someone somewhere has said that if you tell me, I forget. If you teach me, I remember. But it is when you involve me, that's when I learn. So exactly what we at the ET SME Growth Conclave 2020 intend to do with you all, that is involving all of you, because it is at the end of the day, the connection that matters and the cause that we care for. So keeping that subject and the theme in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be accentuating on the skill set support for MSMEs in a digital world that we so fascinate about. So we're going to get actionable with the who's who of the industry. So allow me a bit to get connected to all of them, while I, of course, would be gracious enough to allow you a quick breather out here to share your perspectives on social media. By now, I'm assuming that you all know the official hashtag of our event. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
एक बार आके देख लो कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
All right, so we are right there, not a long breather there, but anyway, it's important to completely raise the sharp focus on the discussion for the moment, which is going to be about the skill set support, as I said, for MSMEs in a digital world. Well, allow me to please rope in the seasoned panelists. As I said, the who's who are going to be talking to all of you straight. We are connected to them live already. So allow me to please welcome Ashwin Srivastav, the CEO from Sapio Analytics. Well, with that, we'll also be joined by Shri K. Narayan, the Managing Director, National Backward Classes Finance and Development Corporation. Well, with that, we are extremely fortunate and privileged to be joined by Shri Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Ministry of Information and Technology, Electronics and Communications Department, Government of Telangana. So we'll be very happy to meet you. And with that, allow me to also welcome Vandana Bhatnagar, the Chief Program Officer from National Skill Development Corporation. Well, the discussion would be moderated by Amit Pau, the co-founder, Empower Ventures and board member, COO at Cloud PLC. And with that, Mr. Amit, I'm all set to hand it over to you.
Good afternoon, Shikha, and thank you very much to ET, and equally, I really thank the delegates today. Firstly, it's a real privilege to moderate this panel, the skill set support for SMEs in a digital world. Shikha, your comment about involvement, my request to the delegates is please engage with us and involve us with your questions, and thank you for your questions in advance, and please feel free to reach out to us through social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, etc. I'd also like a special thank you for our esteemed panelists who will do introductions very briefly. Before we kick off the introductions, I'd just like to set the context of the flow. I'll set a few minutes on to the theme of this panel. Then I'd ask our esteemed panelists to do 5 minutes on some of the key topics that I'll be quizzing them on. After each panelist has done 5 minutes on their themes, I will open up to a round table of 10 minutes between each of the panelists for a free-flowing discussion, and then would be great to get questions from the audience and then wrap up. Firstly, MSMEs are absolutely fundamental to drive India towards its objective of reaching a $5 trillion economy by 2025. By leading the way with SME digitization, India can exceed this ambitious target and become a global digital powerhouse. The delegates can say, how can I say this with such confidence? There are a number of reasons. We in India have a number of strong foundations which is based on this future success. Our demographics. We have a nation that is digital natives. This global talent pool of digital natives, no other nation has. We're the third largest digital commerce market in the world after America and China, but more importantly, our growth is far superior than them in digital commerce. And the third success criteria I'll touch on is business model innovation. We've seen over a number of years, whether it's from government or private sector, huge programs such as digital identity, which is cutting edge, Digital India, and most recently, the groundbreaking business model innovation from Geo. let's not also lose track of the digital commerce and in particular the pace of change. Your customers, our customers are already digital. Isn't it time SMEs joined digitally? The digital commerce market in India is vibrant and is rapidly growing. And the pandemic has forced more and more businesses to embrace digital. In fact, businesses that once mapped their digital strategies in phases of years are now scaling initiative in a matter of weeks. Our world is rapidly evolving. The proliferation of digital technologies, devices, mobile, social media is transforming the way we live our lives, the way we're educated, the way we're communicating, the way businesses are running their organizations. Everything is accessible by digital. Equally, our consumers are driving this digital change, and digital transformation is non-negotiable on this side. But it's easy for me to say it's non-negotiable, but how are the SMEs progressing? Firstly, large brands have jumped onto the digital bandwagon. However, many SMEs have not. In fact, the majority of Indian SMEs, 68%, are still offline. In this highly competitive world, they really cannot afford not to have a digital presence. The digital channels will allow them to grow, compete globally, and also be much more effective. Then what I'd like to touch on is skill sets with the panels. Clearly, the opportunities are amazing. However, there are some challenges, and skill sets is the heart of this challenge. Firstly, the World Economic Forum has identified that globally 55% of employees are likely to need significant reskilling by 2022. By the way, that presents either a threat or a wonderful opportunity. Before I open to the panel, maybe if I can request each panelist spend a maximum of a minute sharing your great profiles to the delegates if possible. So Jaysha, can I ask you to kick off with your introduction?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, Amit. Good afternoon, fellow panelists. Greetings to all the delegates, all the attendees. I'm Jayesh Ranjan. I work for the government here in Hyderabad in Telangana, and I look after the subjects of information technology and industries and commerce. So the subject is at a very interesting confluence of both my roles. I'm the IT secretary, as I said, and therefore arranging for transmission of digital skills is an important part of my role. And also I look after as the industry secretary I look after the SMBs. So that is also a very important constituency for us. So very happy to be present in this panel today.
Thank you, Jaysha. Vandana, could your great background, please, briefly?
Sure, and thanks, Amit. And it's a pleasure to be here with all these fellow panelists with excellent backgrounds. I work with the National Skill Development Corporation. As the Chief Program Officer, I'm looking after several of our government programs as well as many of our technical advisory interventions for the skill sector. So basically, we are a public-private partnership organization. So the critical role that we play is to provide the interface between the public side, that is the government, and the private sector who is actively contributing to the skills ecosystem. So the MSMEs as a topic is very central to our agenda, and look forward to the discussion today.
Thank you. Narayan, sir?
Yeah, a very good morning to Amit and all the fellow panelists here. So my name is Narayan and I'm Managing Director of National Backward Classes Finance and Development Corporation. I also head the National Scheduled Caste Finance and Development Corporation. Both of these are essentially public sector enterprises under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. And our mandate is to actually carry out socio-economic development of the people in the bottommost of the pyramid. That is the poorest in the scheduled castes and the OBC categories. A significant number of who are basically into small enterprises. They are, I would say, the micro of the micro entrepreneurs. So yes, the panel discussion today is indeed very interesting on digital interventions. I would also during my small talk touch upon how we are trying to use these interventions to further empower the entrepreneurs. I look forward to meaningful discussions today. Thank you.
Nice. So I'll come back to your point in a second on the micro entrepreneurs. Ashwin, it's been a pleasure to work with you over the last few months. Your good background?
Thank you, Amit. So I'm Ashwin Srivastava. I'm the CEO of Sapio Analytics. So Sapio is a government advisory firm. We use data analytics and artificial intelligence to help various governments take the right policy decisions, make the right policies also. And we have been actually working a lot in the economic revival with various governments right now, helping use data to take the right decisions on how to do economic revival, and MSMEs become a very critical element in the revival. Recently, the Prime Minister also spoke about one of our works in the address to nation, as well as we have partnered with the government of Telangana through a cloud to provide automation software to 20,000 MSMEs in the state. So quite a few things are going on. MSMEs is in the focus with respect to economic revival. Very excited to have this panel. Thank you.
Dear panelists, thank you very much for your introductions. I'd like to kick off with Jay, sir, but before I do that, Narayan, sir, you made an interesting point about micro entrepreneurs. A lot of people, when they talk about SMEs, call them small, medium-sized enterprises. In the world of digital at A-Cloud, our goal is to rewrite the rules and translate that SME or SMB to local, global digital titans. And in the digital world we live in, these entrepreneurs can be and will be digital titans. So Jayesh, sir, we've been working with you at A-Cloud for the last few weeks, and it's great to privilege to partner with the government of Telangana. Digitization in a post-COVID world, it would be good if you can share your thoughts on the following themes. How digitization has been impacted by COVID, but also the offset. Then secondly, the skill set challenges, which is the focus of this panel, and some of the tools and technologies that SMEs should be evaluating. And finally, some fantastic innovation that the government of Telangana are leading with. Would it be possible to pick the lead with those three themes?
Sure, Amit. And thanks for giving me the chance to go first. In fact, as you yourself mentioned, digitalization is going to play a very important role in the post-COVID economic recovery scenario. In fact, I'm a part of many other conversations also, and everywhere, regardless of the sector of economy you are in, the scale at which you operate, the geography at which in which you are located, everyone is looking forward to digital tools to help them come out of this pandemic-induced disruption. And we all know that while every sector of the economy has been disrupted, the disruption has adversely impacted the SMBs much more than the large firms. So definitely digitalization is going to be a very, very important economic recovery tool for everyone. Now, I'm able to recall a very interesting anecdote also. It happened 5 years ago, roughly 5.5 years ago. All of you would be familiar with this consultancy organization called Dun and Bradstreet. So about 5.5 years ago, they had come to Hyderabad. They told me that they have prepared a report on how digitally connected are the SMBs of Hyderabad and Telangana, and they wanted me to release that report. So I went for that function, and what I discovered was that they have prepared a scale on which they were measuring how digitally agile and digitally connected these SMBs were. So on the one part of the scale was, does the founder use an email, and does he have basic tally kind of software, and then slightly in the middle were, does he have a proper database of his customers, and then of course on the other extreme, whether he has a full-fledged website, does he participate in e-commerce, has he deployed a fully functional ERP. So this was a scale from the least of having an email to the other extreme of having e-commerce, websites, full ERPs. And this perhaps may not surprise you, but when the report was released, I was astonished to learn that 72% of the SMB founders did not even have an email ID. So normally in our digital world, we tell, in these kind of conferences, one phrase that is very commonly used is that we should help get people move up the digital ladder. But here is a scenario where people don't even see that there is a digital ladder. So where is the question of moving them up? But of course, that was 5.5 years ago. Lots of initiatives have been taken by the government. So I'm sure if Dun and Bradstreet were to repeat this exercise, the results won't be that extreme. But I'm also very sure that the results will not be extremely positive also. They won't be able to say that everyone is technologically connected and technologically very facile and so on and so forth. There are lots of gaps also. But my personal sense is that most of these gaps, most of this distancing from the digital world or the technology world is a mindset issue. As all of us know, many SMB founders, they are kind of, without meaning any disrespect to anyone, they are slightly kind of elderly, they're 19th century, and many of them have that belief that since I did not go to a tech school, I did not study that much, so this kind of technologies are not for me. But I'll give you a flip example, and this is something very recent, very topical. As all of us know, during the pandemic times, during the lockdown period, which started in our country in March, later half of March, there were lots of restrictions on movement, and obviously lots of us had challenges on receiving groceries or getting groceries for ourselves. And of course, within a matter of a few days, the governments allowed e-commerce companies to come out and distribute and deliver groceries to people. But we all know, particularly in a historic city like Hyderabad, which has a history of 430 years, we also have neighborhood stores, which we in Hyderabad, these are called Kirana stores. So these are neighborhood grocery stores. And typically what happens is that people who live in that neighborhood, they develop some kind of an affinity, some kind of a relation with these stores. So for example, you would have been going to that store since your childhood. The grocery owner would recognize you, and sometimes when you are short of money, he will kind of allow you to take credit. Perhaps your father would have also patronized the same store, and obviously his father would have been manning the counter, and so on and so forth. So people develop this kind of a very positive bonding and vibe with these kind of neighborhood stores. But we realized that during this pandemic time, no one was able to patronize these stores, particularly due to lockdown restrictions, etc. So in Hyderabad, we tried something with a partner organization called Global Linkers. What we did was that we converted more than 1,000 such Kirana stores into digital stores. And what was done was that, first of all, obviously, websites for all these stores were created. Their entire inventory was digitized. A payment gateway was created. A tool to place online orders, aggregate the orders, look at your inventory levels. And obviously, the only thing which these stores had to do was to engage a couple of boys who would deliver the stuff to the guy who has placed the order. And this was very remarkable. I mean, normally one would not associate Kirana store owners with people who are very positive or very proactive about technology. But as I said, thousands of stores we were able to convert literally overnight. Of course, we had a very strong receiving mechanism. There are all these traders and these Kirana store guys are part of an association which is called CATE, Confederation of All India Traders. And using CATE as a channel, we were able to reach out to thousands of them, arrange for them to receive some simple online training, give them some guidance and hand holding. And now they are now quite all right. I mean, their order books are full and their supply. Of course, now the stores have opened physically also. So they are receiving in-person customers also, but they have tasted digital, and many of them are now curious to move to the next step. And as I said earlier, because this is a mindset issue and because of this necessity, the imperative that in the lockdown period, if you don't turn digital, you will perish. This really pushed all of them. And of course, with the support of the government, we were able to show this. So I'm 100% confident that it is equally possible to convince other SMBs also. And given the fact that digitalization is going to play such a vital role in the post-COVID economic recovery, it is not just ERPs and CRMs, even simple regulatory things. So for example, every SME in Hyderabad has to get a trade license from the local municipality, has to get a labor license from the labor department. Now, if I tell them that all these things can be done online, you don't have to waste your time and resources and energy in running around here and there, that will be a very great facility to offer. Lots of them, of course, would also like to get on e-commerce because apart from these grocery stores, there are again amazing SMBs who have products and solutions which can be of relevance to the global markets. And we are interacting with lots of e-commerce companies to kind of give a platform to our SMBs also. We have become a part of Amazon's global selling program, just to give an example. So amazing things are possible, and not able to develop that positive mindset, it can be changed very, very easily, as this Kirana store experience has shown to us. So multiple things are doable and they need to be done. If SMBs do not continue to suffer because of the lockdown induced disruptions and hardships, and if they are able to come back to a path of recovery as early as possible, digitalization is the key. Imparting skills is at some stage looks like a challenge, but it is extremely doable, and we all need to do it together. And the right kind of delivery mechanisms are their associations. As I told you, Kate has assisted us to get access to so many Kirana stores. Similarly, there are other MSME associations. We need to work with them, build confidence, tell them that these are affordable tools. Another mental block is about the affordability of these solutions. Apart from the block that perhaps I don't have the wherewithal to acquire that knowledge, other is the kind of hesitation that this will cost a lot. So we also need to look at what are the most affordable tools, most accessible tools, and tools that precisely address their pain points. And as I said, I'm a part of many other conversations also. We are actually putting together a repository for multiple kinds of requirements, the simplest tools, the most affordable tools, which are available to SMBs. So I'll stop here, Amit, and look forward to hearing my fellow panelists.
So I just want to briefly touch on a couple of points, then hand over to Vandana for her brilliant insights. You touched on mindset and affordability. So clearly, the platform that A Cloud provides, which you're partnering and investing in us, allows the micro and SMEs to digitize their journey very, very simply and powerfully. Vandana, you mentioned mindset, and that's all about culture. Culture obviously is the most important thing and values in a business. But your 3 points, if you don't mind briefly, what are the skill sets that SMEs require to compete in the digital world, their challenges, and then what intervention is required to enable these entrepreneurs to be global titans?
Sure, and it was fascinating to hear the journey and experiences that Jayesh also shared. So I think the kind of skill sets that are needed are pretty much known, and I think it's just about reiterating those aspects about how I think first and foremost for a business to establish an online presence, as was mentioned, that is itself not to be taken for granted. How do you establish some kind of a branding? And I think then it goes on to the very, very critical piece on digital marketing, the kind of analytics you draw from it, the payment systems, the kind of internal systems you have, which are aligned with the digital platform, which also deliver the kind of efficiency that's assumed for a business today. And then, of course, where you have a physical product, then the kind of delivery systems that you can leverage through the new platforms that are available. But the part, I think, which is also equally critical for a country which has, though a very rapidly rising data access, but operates in a very multi-device and open environment, is the issue of cybersecurity and data privacy, which is a fairly low understanding of it, even in fairly medium and large sized businesses. So I think that understanding also needs to be deepened, and people need to be oriented on that. So I think one of the parts which we probably have to always recognize is the very diverse nature of the MSME sector in India. And probably around half of it is operating in rural, peri-urban kind of contexts, where digital access as well as access to technological talent is not very readily available. So I think the big challenge for a lot of the small businesses which are scattered across the country and coming from the backgrounds that Jayesh also alluded to, is to make this big leap in how they have been functioning, the context they work in, to have the talent to make that transition. So from the skills side, if I were to look at it, we ourselves are really operating an MSME ecosystem, because all our training partners, we have about 700 plus training partners, as well as assessment agencies, equipment suppliers for training facilities. There are about 1,000 plus MSME businesses in our ecosystem itself, and about 1 lakh people are operating in that. And the kind of shift they've had to do in their own businesses in this whole COVID time is something that would have taken 4 to 5 years in normal circumstances, and with a whole lot of pushing, cajoling, incentivizing. But that, because of the kind of crisis we were facing, has been accelerated beyond anybody's imagination to within 6 to 9 months. And the kind of transition that's happened is at multiple levels. From a skilling point of view, I think we have a dual kind of engagement. On the one hand, we have to change and digitalize our own delivery processes, and at the same time enable other stakeholders to ramp up their skills in terms of how they engage on the digital platforms. So there, I think, is where the big challenge is and the opportunity. I think the big plus which has happened is the readiness to engage on this has ramped up. And in our training ecosystem, we've seen training of trainers, the kind of use of blended systems, and even for mobilization purposes, the assessment processes we follow are very quickly incorporating digital formats in the processes that we follow. And in our programming itself, the importance of digital courses, whether it's on analytics or on digital marketing or on just basic things like setting up a website, all of those offerings have ramped up very rapidly. We have an eSkill India platform, which is an aggregator of digital content. And within the span of about 9 months, our course enrollments have soared from about 20,000, 30,000 to now 3.5 lakh enrollments, course enrollments. And that kind of shows, the keenness of people to upgrade themselves and kind of ramp up their skill sets. And the second part, which has happened, is that people are no longer going to be assuming that wage employment is the way to go for them, and are looking at entrepreneurship, self-employment as a very critical piece. So I think therein lies also an opportunity to ramp up and create a new breed and generation of entrepreneurs who will engage in the MSME space. And we are providing, therefore, as part of our programming, now by default, as part of the government programs, 150-hour module on employability, entrepreneurship, and language skills, which will be critical for anybody who wishes to engage on these platforms. So these are, I think, where I would say that, what we all know now, never miss a good crisis. And it's kind of it's an opportunity to do change at a scale that would never have been possible otherwise. And I'll leave a quick point, which maybe we can flesh out. I think the key will be about convergence of the kind of support that is needed to make this change happen. And we have many of the stakeholders around this panel who would be important in enabling that to happen. These convergence between financing and technology support and skilling and analytics. So I think those are the points I'd like to leave this, my thoughts right now with, but happy to contribute further.
Vandana, thank you very much. All entrepreneurs seize opportunities, and let's see how we turn this horrific crisis into a great opportunity to create so many entrepreneurs. And the work you and your colleagues are doing are amazing. Lovely flow now into Narayan sir. Narayan sir, what you and your team members are doing is amazing. Not only are we talking about digital, but one of the key initiatives you're driving is financial inclusion, which is an imperative. As part of this program and others you're leading, what are your views about financial empowerment of the most marginalized entrepreneurs and the role of technology, in particular digital money transfer?
Yes, so once again, a very warm welcome. So I would definitely talk on that, but before that, I would just like to touch on a couple of issues pertaining to digital empowerment of the entrepreneurs. Actually, when we talk of digital, the first thing that reminds me is that when I am on a laptop and my son is behind me and he's always sighing and saying, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. I mean, that goes to show my inadequacy vis-a-vis a person who is probably 25 years or 30 years behind me. So one can really imagine the sort of gap that exists between Bharat and India. Bharat, what Jayeshji very rightly pointed out, of entrepreneurs who don't have emails vis-a-vis entrepreneurs who are also already into e-commerce. But probably it would be wrong to say that the digital world had not come into even the Bharat. It had come, but it had come for other things. It had probably come for more things which are non-essential in life, like entertainment, etc. And this pandemic, when everybody was really looking for solutions, like the panelists before me have said, rightly brought in digital into how it can make things work for people. So definitely we need to see the pandemic in a positive sense if it is about digital empowerment of people. So our corporations and our ministries basically involved, as I said, with the micro entrepreneurs, and you did define them very well, I must say. So we are talking of whom? We are talking of the roadside vendors. We are talking about self-help group of women who are into pickle manufacture, who are into making leather purses. So these are the sort of people who today need the maximum amount of inclusion when it comes to digital literacy. So as a part of this, so our organizations are not just into financing, we are also into skilling. So we realize that probably we should not be involving too much into making newly skilled people, because there are enough programs like Vandana ji's NSDCs there, the PMKVY, it's doing a lot of skilling of the fresh pass outs, graduates. But what about those who are working in their rural artisanal forms? So our emphasis on skilling over the past few years has majorly shifted into what is called the upskilling or the reskilling, and also into the entrepreneurship development, because we feel that the rural India and also the urban India, when it comes to the people in the lowermost part of the ladder, they already have some vocations, but they are becoming irrelevant because of non-existence of any technological upgradation. So these programs of upskilling and entrepreneurship development are concentrating majorly on making them more digital savvy. It is a big challenge, as Jayesh ji also told before me. It's very difficult to get a small entrepreneur to actually even get himself registered onto the GST. A lot of them actually shied away from GST only because it involved filing which had to be done online. So these sort of processes, I think, need to be pushed into the entrepreneurs, and for that, training is the best way. And this is the way that we have probably realized to chart our path forward. We also find now that there is a need, as has been said, for our entrepreneurs to go into e-commerce. But then where do they go? Not everybody can go into an Amazon or a Flipkart. So what we did, another small initiative which is still in the making, but which we hope will provide some good results, is that we had some IM Indore students as our apprentices, and so they have actually designed an app which can be used to make the entrepreneur identify which is the best e-marketing platform for him, because there are enough e-marketing platforms available, but which does one choose? So one has to question him on what are his requirements, what are his inadequacies, what are his constraints, and only after that can you actually come out with the correct sort of e-commerce platform for them. So these are some initiatives that we are trying on the digital space. But like you rightly said, I would like to dwell upon a bit on not about how we are making our entrepreneurs go digital, but how we are using digital technology to make entrepreneurs. I think that is equally important. As you all realize, during the pandemic, a lot of the micro businesses have been hit. They have not been able to actually pay their loans. A lot of them have taken loans from the various banks. So towards this, the government of India in the current year has come out with a program for our target group, which I said comprises of essentially the poorest amongst the other backward classes and the scheduled castes, wherein we are going to give them an interest subvention on all loans which they have taken for any sort of revenue to the extent of 5%. Now, what is the interest subvention schemes? There are plenty, but what is the salient feature of this, and how digital technology has been brought into this, is that we are not talking of just getting some giving some money to the banks and then telling them to pass on the subsidy. So we have actually developed a portal where the bank will be uploading the details of all such entrepreneurs who have taken loan. And from that portal, they would also be giving us the account details of that particular entrepreneur or the particular self-help group. So with those details available, and with the sort of public fund management platform which is already available in the government of India, we are hopeful that within a week of that information reaching us, that subsidy amount will get credited to the account of the entrepreneur. And this will be done in a transparent manner, wherein he or she or the bank can actually see their name and see into which account it has gone. Of course, we have come out with enough digital safeguards like the Aadhaar enabled accounts, etc. So it will be ensured that the money goes there directly. But the basic thought process behind this scheme is that we need to give money into the hands of the entrepreneur. We don't need to give the money to the bank so that his interest rate gets cut down. he may use this money for paying off some other loans he has, or even for investing in his business. Of course, he will continue to pay the interest to the bank, but this incentivizes him to continue to pay back his loans, and at the same time gives him some sort of a incentive, some sort of a financial relief. So we have named this Viswas. It's a Hindi name, Vanchit Ikai Samuh or Vargon Ki Arthik Sahayata. Of course, Viswas also, as we all know, stands for trust. So we are hopeful that the government of India can gain the trust of the micro entrepreneurs and take them ahead. So I think there is a lot that can be said about in this topic, but we have constraints of time. And I would be happy to interact on any points which any of the panelists or the others would like to raise after this, after the discussions are done. Thank you.
Narayan sir, thank you very much. 3 quick points: trust, immediacy, and transparency. India is leading the way with that loans transfer to the entrepreneurs, light years ahead of other countries such as the UK. So thank you for those brilliant insights. Ashwin, listen, it's been a privilege working with you over the last 4 months, becoming a friend. So I feel I can do this to you because we've had such rich insights from the 3 other panelists. So I'm going to cut you down from 3 to 1 so we can have a round table if you don't mind. You know, SMEs are the backbone of every global economy, but really they have to be at the heart of the economic revival. 1 point, 1 theme on SMEs, economic revival and digitization.
Yeah, so one thing I would like to say is that digitization is not something which is, I would say not rocket science. It is something which can be done quite easily if the right technologies are available to the MSMEs, which is now happening with all of new age tech coming in. Now things are becoming simpler. For example, WhatsApp. So one research of ours, it showed recently that a large number of segment, and it's a very obvious output as well, segment of people living in Bharat, the rural India, actually uses WhatsApp much more than they would have access to TV ever in their life. So smartphones and WhatsApp has become too common, extremely common now. So if there are technologies which are simple, easy, the way WhatsApp has been for the people, then it becomes easy to start entering into the digital world. And I think that's the key here for all the companies which are enabling digital platforms also for the MSMEs. They should be aware that simplicity is going to be the key here. So yeah, so that's my 1 point which I would like to say, and which comes out of the analytics which we have been doing, that simplicity is the focus. Yeah. And I will go on for many other things which we are doing for economic revival now, but I think let's stop here.
No, listen, that's great, and I really appreciate that, and that's when we formed our partnership with the cloud. The simplicity, we became natural allies. So listen, I thank all our panelists. What I'm going to do is just now recap some of the key themes and be slightly mischievous to have a rich discussion between these 4 great panelists. You know, I kicked off this panel by saying that Prime Minister Modi has set an ambitious objective of the $5 trillion economy. Especially when we take Narayan sir's feedback about the micro entrepreneurs, we will exceed that. But you could say, why is Amit so optimistic? When you listen to great institutes like Cisco, you know, the 2020 SMB digital maturity study by Cisco indicated that India was far, far way behind where it should be, and it's going to only add $158 billion to $200 billion to India's GDP by 2024. You know, India ranks 9th in the SMB digital maturity in Asia, and it ranks 66 in the global innovation rankings. Although it is rising the digital ladder, why, you could say, is this such a realistic outlook? Or in my view, and what I've heard from the panel, such a gloomy outlook and a false outlook. There are challenges. However, Cisco's expectations will be exceeded, and more importantly, will exceed Prime Minister Modi's expectations of the $5 trillion economy for a number of reasons, because it's the SMEs. The government has led with a number of policies. We've had some fantastic skill sets programs that Vandana and her colleagues are leading with, the financial inclusions. These will drive India for a better India, a better future. And the Indian entrepreneurs will, with their entrepreneurial spirit and hustle, will create a better future. Let's empower them. Let's help them rewrite the rules so they can become the digital titans. And let me just wrap up before then I open up to the great panelists. Narayan sir, you resonated with me on a number of points when you talked about the micro and micro entrepreneurs. If we cast our mind back 16 years ago, that wonderful tool that Ashwin referred to, which was WhatsApp, didn't even exist. So that really was a micro entrepreneur. WhatsApp has transformed the way we not only communicate ourselves, but actually way Facebook, a digital titan, is going to grow its future growth through WhatsApp and payments and Instagram. So what I'd really like to ask you all now, and this is my mischievous, challenging question. India has millions and millions of these hustling entrepreneurs. By getting them reskilled, by making them digital titans, how do we create the next generation of WhatsApp, Tencent, Alibaba, Google? Because that's how we're going to smash that $5 trillion economy. So I don't know, Jayesh sir, maybe over to you, because the government of Telangana have launched some amazing technology initiatives, whether it's IoT, AI. So just on the further growth we can all collaborate on, and any points the great panelists have touched on.
Yes, Amit. So before I answer your question, I would like to comment on a couple of points which Vandana and Ashwin mentioned. 2 points which each of them mentioned struck me really. So Vandana, for example, spoke about convergence, and I also completely endorse that we can only assist SMBs if all the stakeholders come together. If stakeholders are directly left to seek for solutions from technology providers, that is a very tall ask. Similarly, if they only rely on, let us say, banks and financial institutions also, that or an institution like the NSFDC, etc., that also perhaps will not lead them very, very far. And similarly, government and quasi-government institutions like the NSDC, etc. But if everyone joins hands together, and as I mentioned to you, very good examples are there, very good success stories are there. How, for instance, in Telangana's case, we facilitated, government took the initiative, and we were able to bring skilling partners, we were able to bring technology partners, and we were able to show amazing results. So how do you put together this kind of a collaborative institutional mechanism? And of course, I spoke about the importance of SMB associations. They play a very, very important role. And the change has to begin from them. I mean, individual members may still remain 19th century. But if the leadership of their associations are able to come together and take a call that we will plunge, because this is a pivot or perish kind of model. Even if we had no digital footprint so far, we would like to transition into full-scale digital. And that message eventually goes to all their members. And once one member does it, 20 others follow his example, and it spreads very, very easily. So I guess this is the model, just to elaborate on the point which Vandana mentioned. And I also wanted to comment upon a point which Ashwin mentioned. He's mentioned about the right technology, which again is a task which this collaborative institution has to perform. But it is also important to prepare some kind of a basket of solutions which are available depending upon what their needs are. So since Mr. Narayan spoke about financing, institutional financing, etc., one very important solution which will be very relevant for SMEs in particular is SME credit scoring system through e-credentials. And that is a tool that we are planning to introduce next in Telangana. That how do your credit rating goes up or your credit scoring is established. No one needs to worry about your verification because your credit scores are there through e-credentials. Similarly, when I spoke earlier, I talked about multiple services which we can offer to SMBs as e-services. And I spoke about registrations, etc. But even things like organizational e-KYC or SME membership verification, all these things can also be introduced. And I know that many governments have introduced it. The national government also, as a part of the EODB reforms, wants these facilities to be made available. These have been made available, but it is a matter of just creating more and more awareness amongst SMEs about these solutions that are available. And of course, the affordable ERP, affordable CRM, and e-commerce opportunities, so that they are able to, as we showed in in the case of the Kirana stores, they're able to service their clientele using digital platforms. So these 2 points on how do you choose the correct technology options and explain the benefits, make those affordable, and do it through a partnership approach. I mean, no one organization or one institution can claim that they can reach out to thousands and thousands of SMEs and offer these kind of digitalization products and tools and solutions. So wanted to just kind of amplify these 2 points, which both Vandana and Ashwin also covered in their discussion.
So Vandana, collaboration, trust, any other points you'd like to build on with these rich insights?
Well, I think just, to say that it's not that difficult to probably do the convergence. But yes, I mean, just to share, there are thoughts coming from our own training partners, and one of them had recently mentioned, exactly this point. And I think the point that Jayesh mentioned about the right technology options, informing and making the menu of options available in a simplified manner, and providing a bit of handholding, orientation, support, I think could very quickly leapfrog adoption in many parts of the country. And we do have a network, I mean, I'm just mentioning one part of our network of say 700 model training institutions, one in each district, which is available. And it was all, in fact, one of the training partners said that we could be a channel partner for many of these government programs that are supporting entrepreneurship, but they are kind of scattered across different places. So just to give an example, we tied up with Airtel Money and with SahiPay because they were wanting to reach out to potential intermediaries for their networks. And these are independent, kind of quasi self-employed people, but connected to a bigger network and platform. So they reached out to us and we have connected them to these 700 training centers, who then automatically provide them a potential connect to these candidates located in those centers, several of whom may have entrepreneurship aspirations. So my point was that, we could look at, ways in which at least the existing training infrastructure or maybe other infrastructure available with METI or MSME, Ministry of MSMEs, they have, and bring that convergence through them. And one more quick point is that one of the key challenges with MSMEs faced during COVID was sudden shortage of manpower because of the people heading back home and lack of willingness to relocate or migrate. And in that context, one of the response actions that we had taken was to create a platform with a private entity based out of Bangalore called ASEEM, which is really a repository of skilled manpower. And about 1.2 crore profiles have been uploaded on that. There are about 1,200 companies and employers of various kinds who have registered on that to be able to identify potential manpower near to their operations. So I'm just mentioning this also as an enabler that businesses can use to more quickly access skilled manpower, for which they might have to otherwise incur costs and time challenges, etc. So there are possibilities to help this agenda move forward, which I think would be good to explore further and take forward.
Yes, I'm mindful of running out of time. So can I, Vandana, thank you very much. Can I thank all of our esteemed panelists? How do I summarize such rich insights? And the big themes I take away: trust, inclusion, collaboration, culture, mindset, and the micro entrepreneurs. And never underestimate the power of those real micro entrepreneurs in India who are going to embrace digital to create a better future. Can I thank all of the delegates who joined us and our esteemed panelists? Thank you for sharing your great wisdoms and insights, and look forward to staying in touch. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got to say a big thank you to Amit there. Thank you for being a fantastic moderator and the way you illustrated and held the strings there, Amit. And a big thank you to our panel for those most exclusive insights that really poured in, that just made all of us realize, I think, in a way, that digital tools and likewise, that would not only just improve MSME's skill set or financial health for that matter, but it would streamline operations and provide a strong support in really reaching the masses out there. Well, we must incorporate tools like digital marketing, supply chain management, digital payment gateways, and enterprise resource planning to strengthen the processes, the planning, and become more future oriented on that note. Well, to pick up a particular thing from here, let's talk about the digital payments. Well, this would be spearheaded by not just one person or one speaker, not just two persons, but actually a trio. Well, who's going to be the trio? I will introduce you to them right in a bit. So stay tuned. And in the meanwhile, let the world know, as I always love to say, whatever we are learning, let's make sure that we spread a word about it. So use our official hashtag, that is hashtag ETSME growth. We'll be right back.
एक बार आके देख लो कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We never went anyway. So yes, it's time for us to fuel the growth engine with more insights. With digital, that's no more a holy grail, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be talking about digital payments now. What are the new ways? What are the novel ways? What are the innovative ways of operating businesses to ride that wave of economic recovery for MSMEs in focus? Well, as I said, this is going to be a trio. So this is, of course, ideally be a trilogue. Now, that definitely sounds interesting. So let me quickly get connected to our industry seasoned veterans out there. And with that, please allow me to welcome on this virtual stage for all of you, Anand Bajaj, the founder and MD and CEO, Pay Nearby. With that, we would also be welcoming S. Ganesh Kumar, the former executive director.
So thank you, Sika. It's a really a good. Thanks for the opportunity, and I think I couldn't have better people to talk with whom I think I can talk the whole day long. Ganesh Kumar sir and Anand. So the topic is very interesting, and I also found it extremely interesting because we all talk about digital payments in context of mostly end consumers and sometimes corporates. It's the first time probably we are all three talking in context of MSME, but I will also suggest panelists to also add a flavor for MSME and self-employed as well. So I would actually like to start with Ganesh sir and take a kind of policy view on digital payments when it comes to MSME, as well as uh, let's say SME and as well as the self-employed people. I haven't seen too many things written about them, even in a digital payment vision so far. So we'll kind of understand from you what's the regulator's view, and I'm sure there are some other interesting initiatives for the benefit of the audience. You may also want to add beyond payments as well. So over to you, sir.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Naveen. Can I? Jitu,
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, Naveen, for that kick off on something which is very important. In fact, a lot is being actually heard, spoken about, and discussed about funding for MSMEs, the loans for the MSMEs, and the other means of financing, because that's the hot topic now, especially after the pandemic struck. But then, if you look at the policy perspectives for the MSMEs, a lot is being done without being told. So more is being felt than being heard. And that is what has been done. You're right, actually. Nothing much has been put in black and white in the payment system vision for MSMEs as a sector. The reason is typically the Reserve Bank classifies the users in two categories. Like you rightly said, the end user as a citizen, as a consumer, as a general member of the public, who's for the retail, and then all the others are clubbed together in corporates or in business entities. MSMEs is one of the sectors, because if one were to talk about MSMEs, then the tiny sector will say, well, where am I? The large scale sector will say, we are the ones who are contributing, and it goes on and on. Anyway, I'm not trying to rationalize, but the point I wanted to say is that quite a lot has been done. And to just give the proof of the pudding is in the eating, the most important benefit which was from a payment system perspective, specifically focused on the MSME sector, was the TREDS, or the trade receivables and discounting system, which was set up by the Reserve Bank specifically to facilitate the MSMEs, because their invoice financing, their bill financing, rediscounting used to take place on a platform which is anonymous. Most of you must have heard about the anonymous trading which happens in the bourses, in the stock exchanges, which brought out a revolution after the NSE and the BSE moved on. We expected something like that to happen when more than a couple of years ago, the TREDS was actually implemented. And in fact, I would like to even say that for a long time, even till now, the MSME has been a protected sector. The TREDS is actually something where the Reserve Bank said that we need to provide this facility to those MSMEs who are actually people who supply to the government. And all of us know the challenges that are there in the government payment cycle, because funds get blocked and therefore monies don't come in. And if monies don't come, a small business house or an industry really gets crippled. And that's why this bill discounting facility in an anonymous platform where banks can log on, know that, for example, Ganesh and Company is a small, medium scale. I can give you a live example, not with any reference to that. There was this small scale food industry based in North India, to Chandigarh to be precise. Some of you may know the name. I'm not telling the name, but you can guess the name at the end of it. Their business was actually to manufacture tomato ketchup, amongst the other things that they do. And the tomato ketchup was actually given in sealed small sachets. Most of us, if you go to buy sandwiches, you will get there, or if you go in flights, you will get their tomato ketchup there. This company is an MSME, buys tomato during the period when it is harvesting season, supplies to the government departments and to various other public sector enterprises, in addition to private sector as well. The funding takes a little longer to period. So the TREDS is a platform where, based on the invoice that is raised on the government, there are banks which are ready to discount the invoice and get the money so that the funds are available to them. So here is a platform which, something similar to the loan aggregator platform for getting money, takes care of this. This was an initiative from the payment systems perspective. Worked really very well. A lot of private companies wanted to join it. And in fact, Reserve Bank said, no, let it be only for the government right now. We are opening up right now. So it's not that the MSME is not actually in the picture. So that's the first one. The second and the most important thing is, you must have heard very recently, to be precise, 2 days ago, the Reserve Bank has made the RTGS work on a 24/7 basis. When one would wonder why we need to have a large value payment system working 24/7, because markets are those which are the ones which use the system. Markets typically work between 9 in the morning and around 6 or 7 in the evening. There's no traction after that. But we found that there is a huge sector, which is the MSME and the others. After the hard day's work is over, is when they really, it's typically a small group of people or one person running the entire show. He finds time maybe in the evening, maybe late in the night, or maybe and beginning of day in the morning, when he wants to do all his financial transactions, and then goes on for the production and the sales and the marketing during the day. This is another benefit that is going to come to them. So digitization, as far as payments is concerned, a lot is being said about the retail customer. We have all heard about success stories about the unified payment interface, which is a platform which has really projected India into the rest of the world in the 21st century, 22nd century as well, I would like to add. So a similar thing is now on the cards for the MSME. Again, the Reserve Bank on the payment service providers are not going to say that this is exclusively for the MSME, because it's going to be for the corporate sector as a whole. But the people who are going to benefit is the MSME, because the costs are going to come down. The transaction flow is going to happen much faster. And when money moves faster, the typical economic theory, which says that when the money multiplier, that is when money moves faster, there is faster modes of production. And if faster modes of production means faster availability of goods and services, which reduces the costs or the prices, and therefore economic growth in the form of GDP. So this is what is going to be available. And when money moves faster electronically, MSMEs need not wait to get a check or need not get the money in their account. And I can give you one more small example and I'll stop off. There is this small scale person who is actually manufacturing the dies and giving it to a large tire manufacturer in the country. Again, I'm not giving the names. So what does he do? He's got a small unit which people have small chisels and all that, and they make the die, which actually gives the tire with the company's logo, the name, the treats which are there in that. Typically, he makes a die in 2 days. The 2-day die goes over to the company, and once this large-scale tire manufacturer finds that the die meets its requirement, today what happens is they issue a check or they get the account details from this die manufacturer. Money is transferred electronically. It reaches him possibly the next day. What we are now looking at is just-in-time processing and just-in-time payment. So the moment the die is fitted in the machine which molds the rubber, immediately a message goes to the manufacturer's bank saying that, hey, this die manufacturer's die is actually fine, transfer the credit to him. So within a matter of seconds, when the usage has happened, money goes to this die manufacturer. So this is a real life story. The die manufacturer, in fact, has told us that the time taken for getting his payments has reduced from 1.5 days to possibly 2 hours. Now, if
Wow.
2 hours is something that you see, this is something which is really a miracle for the middle, for the medium and the small
Absolutely.
enterprises. That is
Yeah.
a type of thing that is happening. I do agree it's all being worked in silence, but there is a lot of potential there. I will stop with this at the policy because I wouldn't want to eat into everybody's time, but maybe we can discuss about more the other exciting things in the as we go along. Yes, Naveen, back to
Oh,
you.
that's really amazing to hear, sir. And I think, like you rightly said, that it's all about money flow making smoother. And for SME onwards, right up to a self-employed people, faster the money that they get, because their cost of funds otherwise extremely high. And the trades, which is a perfect example of marrying payments and the credit. And we hope that it gets opened up soon, as you announced. So, Anand, coming to you, you have been a practitioner in that segment. And again, just like we were talking to sir, that while a lot of work is being done on the policy side, is not being talked. You have been working very closely with MSME as well as the self-employed sector, and not much is talked about. What has been your experience? How do you think their lives have changed over last decade with digital payments? Anand, over to you.
So, Naveen, the ambitious, unstoppable, that's the new India. The determination to progress against all odds is what
And
the
that goes
India
for Anand as well.
exemplifies.
That goes for Anand as well. We have seen you working.
Thank you,
Exactly.
Naveen. but that determination, that zid, that haussla to stand against all odds is what India is, and it is well exemplified by individuals and SMEs and the corporates as well. And especially when Ganesh sir said that he is the one-man army, the SME, it very well exemplifies. He is that one single ship, a rocket ship, which keeps burning fuel by fuel, chamber by chamber, and ultimately with the aim that the cockpit reaches the moon or the last mile. These people are business first, individuals later. They have everything put in their heart, blood, sweat in business. And so much so that they do not save money in provident funds. They put money in businesses because they believe that that's where the multiplier is. And Ganesh rightly said that if the efficiency, velocity of money is speeded, the commerce is just a dream away. So the things can get produced, just in time payments happen, which is well exemplified by the Reserve Bank's RTGS mandate now 24/7. That certainly will help. But the Superman story is heartening, Naveen, that the one guy who does the planning to procurement, to manufacturing, to distribution, to collection, to whatnot. And I remember in earlier engagement, once I was writing a paper on, and I actually turned around to my dad and said that this is about you, a Superman, everything end to end, early in the morning, late in the night. That is where I would bring about a challenge that the ecosystem is facing as well. Naveen, Mr. Nagesh says it very well at TRAIN, the Trust for Retailers and Retailers Associates in India. B.S. Nagesh Sahab, he says that the youth does not want to join this struggle. They believe that if there is
Anand, we can't hear you. Ganesh sir, can you hear him?
Yeah, no, I think it's frozen at his end.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Anand, can you kind of set off your video and then try just the audio?
Yeah, just try the audio. That should work.
Yeah. Looks like a bad tech day. I mean, usually doesn't happen.
He wanted that
So
one
maybe,
man
sir,
army.
by the time Anand reconnects, let me ask you one question around, sir. One of the areas which were always part of the vision document has been the remittance. And I think, again, that story has not been told as much. And I think non-bank are especially thankful to RBI for the work that started, where they got direct connectivity on IMPS, and which led to the migrants using that service. And it's a kind of very different story. UPI, of course, is yet to happen. What's your view on the entire remittance for a self-employed and even MSME? A lot more for MSME perspective.
Okay. In fact, again, I generally like giving case studies, and that will exemplify what really happens. So remittances, yes, two major aspects one need to talk about when we talk about remittances. One, India as a country which receives a huge amount of remittances from abroad. A lot has been spoken. There are a lot of platforms which work. Some of them are very huge. There are as well some of what we call in the Gulf region, what are called as private exchange houses. They are small entities, typically sending money from the migrant worker who doesn't have the capability or the amount to pay as commission. These people are working. So, and this is actually amplified by a lot of people in India who, similar to the business correspondents, also do the function of the last mile of sending the money, getting the money across to the parents or to his wife or whoever is working is there in India. So there is a huge potential there. A lot of being done there. I will, instead of looking at that, there is a huge potential. We'll talk about that later if there is time. But I will focus a little more on the MSME, which is within the country. And typically, if you look at the MSMEs, a lot of labor which work for the MSMEs are people who actually are migrants of the same type. We all know, could witness what all happened during the onset of the pandemic and how people had to go back and all that. Most of the money flows which happen from the migrant laborers happens back to their own homes, which could be in the tier 6 city or in a rural area or in a village, or could even be pockets like in Mumbai. Dharavi, which is bang in the center of Mumbai, is not very well connected that way in terms of banking connectivity. A lot is being done now. So one of the things about remittances is, if I am, let's say, a worker who's working for the MSME, and I will take the case of the same dye worker, which I spoke about earlier, at the end of the week, which is typically payments are made on a weekly basis, I can tell my boss, who is the MSME owner, the single man army, as Anand was trying to say, I can tell him that, look, I need only 20% of the salary here. The rest of the money can go back home. So one of the things that happens is the MSME can actually do an electronic funds transfer, which ensures 20% goes to the dye worker, 80% goes back to his family. Out of the 80%, maybe 20% is used for buying seeds for the khet, that the farm that they have, for putting it, another 5% for the fertilizer, 10% for his daughter's education. All this happens seamlessly without the person having to even move out of his factory, wherever he is working there. This is only as far as the worker is concerned. Fast forward this to the supply chain. So if the MSME has to buy, he buys, let's say, rubber in this case. I'm assuming that the small scale sector is an MSME manufacturing certain caskets which are made out of rubber. The entire payment chain of this happens in a digital mode. This, while the payments we have taken care of, the remittance portion of that, whether it is for an individual, whether it's the individual sending back home, whether it is a company sending it, a huge thing is happening. But you're right, Naveen, in this, most of these remittances use the platform which are right now there for retail, which could be the UPI, it could be the other platforms. There are, as part of the fintech work, a lot of prop is being given to newer innovators to come out with new systems which can work for the MSMEs. And if there is some potential there, the Reserve Bank will certainly support it. I find that Anand has come back, so I shouldn't lead back into it. So maybe Anand can take back. I've tried to fill it up. Yeah.
No, that's perfectly fine, sir. I actually.
So Anand, we were just talking about remittance and the kind of how it has changed. If you want to add more details to that, I mean, we have seen life changing, right, in real time.
Certainly. The remittance and payments all go hand in hand, and thanks to UPI, thanks to NPCI, actually, when the IMPS platform was built, the UPI today rides on the bedrock of the stable IMPS platform. With that, I think the payment is becoming more a fashion than necessity with the cashback-driven grids. The moment the transaction is being charged, which to my mind should be charged, because nothing should be free, otherwise this is charity and it is misuse. And only people with large capital can participate in such programs, where then one has to worry about putting 30% limits. So if in true sense, the payments have to be permitted and permeated into the last mile, including remittances or the normal payments, one has to get on to beyond greed and make it a necessity beyond fashion. That said, the perspective on digital payments is also, Naveen, that one says that it helps me save money. Recently, Avishant Pant shared some videos from Pahadi, Garhwal, and where the retailers, SMEs, are saying that, Saab, this helps me save money in my bank account directly. And at the same time, there are people who are worried about the challenges of slipping money out of so much of convenience in digital environment, that the savings will be difficult, and we may be stepping into the same consumerism economy of the US and the UK's, where people don't save, they spend money by so much of ease and convenience on fashion. Yes, people are learning rapidly. The concern on fraud is a concern in both remittances or payments, where I think idiot proofing of the design user experience can take care of the fraud concerns. You will remember, Naveen, there was this committee for deepening of digital payments headed by Nandan Sahab. And there were a lot of recommendations put in there with both regard to digitizing the SMEs and remittances, including making the business correspondents viable. And I think it's a forum well worth putting up a point that a retailer in a rural area or wherever he's doing a 500 rupee transactions for, if he does a FMCG product sales for that much amount, he earns 8-9% margin. But when he does a financial inclusion task where a bank would have been there, would have done much costlier job per transaction, a 0.5% pinches people here today. So to look at liberalizing financial services to the last mile, one has to be mindful that it is essential. Otherwise, the payments cannot happen. That said, of course, there are a couple of challenges on the digital and remittances side, which is, and I would say that it's the customer segment which does not tweet. It talks to the God directly. But somehow people are not afraid of that direct connect that customer has with the God, because a UPI user can tweet to the finance minister and get his $500 back. But look at the plights of the migrants and the services that we are offering them. Do you know they cost 27% on GST? That's for some other day when we explain and we have much more time. We have given enough effort.
So what you're saying is that it's a very kind of a sensitive job, very kind of full of risk. But if it is being done and is not even properly rewarded, then how would we kind of make it viable and then continuing, right? And these are the customers who we all want aspirationally to kind of do more and more, right? That's what you're saying. And while they're expecting to do it as a charity, that can't happen, right?
Ditto.
What do you think can be done better for, let's say, this segment, including MSME, self-migrant, even SMEs? You also deal with them. You also enable them to earn their livelihoods, right? So what more can be done better? Just like we have 8 minutes left, so maybe about 2-3 minutes, and then we go to Ganesh sir.
So, Naveen, I guess that treat them as a micro platforms. Each of these SMEs are procuring and selling. And we at Pay Nearby have taken this micro platform to a next level. We call our retail partners as Digital Pradhan, and now we are calling them digital platforms. The idea is that when he can procure local and sell local, we have been able to integrate partners like Amazon and Flipkart onto our retailer, bringing online to offline. So a fertilizer shop in a rural area can now sell a football to a kid, a farmer's son who has come there and there is no sports shop in the village. Likewise, connecting these people is our next step, where the handicraft work of the local artisans can be uploaded from offline to online. So it actually becomes a platform, you see. The idea of making the retailer survive in his business is very important so that he can do our business. Rather than just adding a layer of payment, which makes it efficient, certainly, there are 20 more things to ensure that we augment his commerce so that he survives and is much more deeply engaged with us. I think there are many more things which can be done, Naveen, but for now, I think that is something that we are believing.
You're saying that this digital can actually mainstream and connect all these populations, which is currently left kind of unconnected, and actually can get everybody participate in this digital and growing economy. Ganesh sir, I think, what do you think, sir, going forward? Like we said that while a lot of work is being done behind the scene on even SME side, and since there is no further classification, what do you think that we should kind of bring more visibility? Because if that's an ambition, but we still like to talk about only 1 or 2 products, which are still going to the banked customers, which is still going to the customer who own debit credit card, then how do we balance this, sir? Shouldn't we at the top also start bringing out more such examples, talk more about it? Sir, Ganesh sir?
Yes, certainly. You're right, Naveen. We need to talk more about it. And that process has actually started. See, the small difference is that when it is for the entire population of the country, there's a lot of information which is available in the media, in the whether it's digital or print, etc. When it is to a section of the business, the trade, typically the movement doesn't happen only through these type of large scale media, but it happens on a focused manner. It could be through the chambers of commerce, it could be through the platforms, industry bodies, association, etc. So quite a lot of these things are happening. may not be covered. It may come in the industry newsletter, but it may not come for a common man. But I got your point. Maybe it is something that we'll have to talk about and see how we change. But one of the things that you can see that the signs are actually those are happening is that most of you must have heard that it was just very recently, day before yesterday, that the governor of the Reserve Bank of India was even when talking about the financing for the MSMEs and the others. He was talking about, can we not talk about financing based on cash flows rather than go by the old method of only collateral or securities based lending? That's typically for this sector, although he didn't say it in so many words. So the point is that, but that is about financing, and that's what everybody is talking about. You're actually very right. In fact, Anand is also very right when he's saying that if there's a UPI and there's a problem, a small email to the FM will bring in result. The same thing is happening to the SMEs as well. I still remember, and again, this is just a joke, one small scale unit working in one of the large public sector undertakings in south of India, Trichy, actually, Tiruchirappalli as I call it, you can guess which is an institute, just sent a small mail saying that this is what is a problem, and immediately the entire machinery swung into action. So it's not that it's not happening, but yes, there's a need to provide more insight into that. But one small point which I just thought I will say before I will leave it back, hold it back to you, is that one of the new things that is going to happen, just like you have aggregators for loans, which has really helped the sourcing of funds much better and in a more transparent manner, the next phase which is going to happen in the payment sector is going to be providing digital payments facilities to not the individual citizens, but to these sectors. The apple is very big. Even if everybody gets a small chunk or a small bit of the apple, that's going to really take care of them. And how is it going to happen? Exactly as Anand said, the thrust now is not on large transaction costs and small volumes. It's going to be just the reverse. It's going to be large volumes and small transaction costs. As he rightly said, it's not going to be a free lunch. The costs are going to be very low, but there are going to be costs. And if you notice, that is one of the things that has happened. The basic issue is about MDR. All of us are hearing about it. Now, this is something which has hit the small industries as well as the individual customers.
Yeah.
The next phase is going to be a set of transaction processing where we won't call it MDR, but we will call it in a manner where everybody gets a slice of the cake. And at the end of it, the transaction cost for the MSME or for the customer is going to be, it's going to be there, but it's going to be negligible, that he doesn't feel it as a pinch, but he feels it as if it's a micro, the mosquito pricking it just and taking the blood away. It's going to happen there. We are going to see something in the form of a replica of the UPI happening for this. At this point of time, I don't want to spoil the entire show and say what is it that is going to happen, because a lot of things are in the works, but this is the next traction that is going to happen. Wait for a little bit of time and you will find that there is a new wave which is going to come.
Yeah. No, that's amazing to hear, because I think we all know that a lot more can be done. And I think there's a very intricate chain between SME to MSME and then to self-employed, and then going back to that real Bharat population, which is more than 56%. So each impact on this section is actually cascading impact. So Anand, any last words from you? I think we just about four minutes left, 3 to 4 minutes.
No, I think the 46 crore migrants as per 2011 census, the 90 crore adults, and everyone digital at heart is felt today. The banking infra is built, the NPCI infra is there, the India stack is awaiting. The supportive hands of bank partners, gaps are being bridged between today and tomorrow. And I think the progressive government governance, all is here. And that hosla of ye zami to hamari hai aur asma ab teri bari hai is what is propelling India with that zid aage badhne ki. And I think we are just at the right crossroads to cross over and see the next tomorrow. Absolutely good times ahead, Naveen.
That's amazing. So I think amazing to hear that how the focus is shifting. So while a lot is not being talked about, but in the background, a lot of work has happened. Even when, let's say, a lot of work is happening right up to the grassroots level for the migrant worker to MSME as well as SME. And as Ganesh sir said, that there are too many things in works, and eventually you'll see a huge connect. Also, I think one trend that we are all seeing is not about just one service getting digitized. The one service leads to another. So whether credit gets digitized, the payment actually is required. If payment gets digitized, a strong link with credit can be done. And I think gradually it will expand to the not just commerce that they deal in, but also other financial services. So it's a very intricate chain, and it is getting looked at in a digital world in a connected way. And I'm sure all the SME, MSME, and self-employed segment will take a help. And like sir said, that it's not that you have to tweet, you could even write email, you could kind of call. The whole machinery is out there to look out. So even if there is any pain to any segment, they should surely reach out. Today is a time about communication, democracy, democratic social media is available. So hopefully you will get better responses and we'll all kind of get digitized, even this segment much faster. So with that, I would close the session. Thanks to Ganesh Kumar sir. Thanks Anandji. Thanks a lot. Always pleasure to talk to both of you.
Thank you, Naveen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can all hear me clear and wide, I have to thank all these discussants who had some very lovely and interesting vibes at the same time and the insights at the same time. Well, they say that there aren't no such thing as a free lunch, a popular economic theorem communicating the idea that it is impossible to get something out of nothing. So all the insights that came your way, ladies and gentlemen, I would expect nothing less than a quick and a happy round of applause for the trio there, for the trilogue that you just witnessed, and for all the insights and the newness that's coming onto this conclave. Well, on that note, we are all set to actually welcome Maven. Ladies and gentlemen, I would want all of you to actually give it up while I introduce you to this topic of the case study that we're going to actually touch upon. This is going to be about streamlining the finances for small business growth. Well, growth, this is what we envision. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to be welcoming on the screen. Right in a bit, let's just get connected to him. Let's welcome the Chief General Manager, MSME and Small Corporate, Union Bank of India. Let's welcome AK Vinod. Sir, it's going to be over to you in a bit.
Greetings from Union Bank of India. My gratitude to Economic Times for this partnership. The MSME sector contributes nearly 30% of the nation's GDP and 48% of exports. It is not only the backbone of Indian economy, but also a great opportunity for banks. Union Bank fully realizes this. Greetings from Union Bank of India. My gratitude to Economic Times for this partnership. The MSME sector contributes nearly 30% of the nation's GDP and 48% of exports. It is not only the backbone of Indian economy, but also a great opportunity for banks. Union Bank fully realizes this, and at Union Bank of India, we aspire to become the bank of first choice of preference for MSMEs. And we are working towards this. There are three pillars which we are addressing to achieve our vision of being the first bank of choice. One is how to make the bank attractive, how to make the bank responsive, and how to improve our outreach competencies. So we are working on these three areas. Now, as you're aware, Union Bank of India, post amalgamation of erstwhile Corporation Bank, erstwhile Andhra Bank, is now the fifth largest public sector bank in the country. And in terms of the portfolio, we stand only next to the largest public sector bank. We are second in the size of the MSME portfolio. So we have all the products, the structure, and the services which suits the MSME requirements, and we have designed our organization in a manner to reach out to the MSMEs in a better way. Post amalgamation, the entire organization has undergone a total revamp of the structure, and we have now clear-cut business verticals. MSME is one of them. MSME vertical has various MSME focused branches which we have identified. There are 227 MSME focused branches in the country, which would be having a larger MSME portfolio, which would be having more resources to cater to the MSME needs going forward. We also have a centralized processing center. In fact, Union Bank of India is one of the pioneers in initiating the centralized processing center, which is a technology-led process for centralization of loan processing. We call it SARLs. Post amalgamation, we have now 90 plus SARLs which are functioning to take care of the MSME lending processes. Now, as you're aware, we have stepped into a digital arena, and Union Bank is fully aligned to cater to this the new ecosystem. Union Bank has already started working on straight-through processing of digital lending. We are ready with loans up to 5 crores. We have already started working on it. We have also developed a product to cater to small ticket loans, fully digital, end-to-end, up to disbursement, application to disbursement. And we have already developed the product and going to launch it for Mudra. So we have a digital lending product for Shishu Mudra in place, which we have put it to the testing, which is mandatory, and then we'll be going live very soon. We have all the schemes to suit all the market segments of MSMEs. Post amalgamation, we have harmonized the products and schemes of all the three banks to get the best in class products. So today we have about 22 schemes to cater to each and every MSME segment, almost customized. But Union Bank is also very active to cater to the various clusters. We have about 22 cluster specific schemes, which are very attractive schemes, and again, very specific to the various clusters. So these are the various initiatives we have taken for MSME lending. Now, when I'm talking about the digital lending, especially I talked about the small ticket loans like Shushu Mudra, where we would like to have an end-to-end digitalization of lending. We are also partnering with fintechs. Now, this is an era also of collaborating and competing. So we have very active collaborations with various fintechs when it comes to implementation of straight-through processing of loans, straight-through processing of small ticket loans, digital lending. So we have taken up those steps, but and we are the front runners in this. And let me also tell my MSME customers here that Government of India, Ministry of MSME has taken a lot of initiatives under this Sampark, Samadhan and Sambandh program. The Department of MSME, Government of India has taken a lot of initiatives, and our bank is fully aligned to those. And our Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India has also initiated a lot of steps to support the MSMEs. And I'm very happy to say that Union Bank of India has been a pioneer and has also been the front runner in implementing most of these schemes. To name a few, in PM Swanidhi scheme, where Honorable Prime Minister has conducted several functions, and he was interacting with vendors who were Union Bank of India customers. So here also we are leading from the front in terms of the performance of these schemes. And we are also very active in financing to micro enterprises. And we are committed to achieve the various targets given by the Government of India as far as Mudra schemes are concerned. So going forward, we are now going to enter into strategic tie-ups with various organizations so that we can come out with various solutions and products for MSMEs in the future. We are also strengthening our outreach mechanism. Union Bank as a vertical in itself for, we call it customer acquisition group. Now we are going to build it specifically for MSMEs who will be stationed at our SARLs and MSME focused branches to reach out to the MSMEs. We would like to reach out to the MSMEs, and we would not like to wait for the MSMEs to reach us. So we are working on improving the access for MSMEs to the bank, improving the access to credit for MSMEs. So, and we are fully committed to realize our vision to be the bank of first choice for MSMEs. Thank you very much, Economic Times, for giving me this opportunity to address the MSMEs. I also take this opportunity to wish all of you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Mr. Vinod, I must say thank you to you for all the nuggets and the nuances that came in the form of your address. Thank you for joining us live. Thank you very, very much. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, gear up yourself, because it's time now, as I would like to fascinatingly say this, that it's time for a curtain downer conversation. This is going to be from small to big, the evolution of MSME lending in 2020 and the role of fintech in a holistic way. Well, who's going to be taking care of this session? It's going to be a set of seasoned discussants who are going to be doing the talking. Well, we'll get connected to them right in a bit. I give you a final breather before we say a final wrap for a few seconds and allow us to get connected to them. We'll be right back.
एक बार आके देख लो, कहीं मैंने कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं कर दी।
सिर्फ मेरा नाम क्यों?
अरे जिसने घर खरीदा है उसी का नाम होना चाहिए ना।
और फ्रेंड्स क्या कहेंगे?
कहेंगे कि काश अपनी बीवी भी ऐसी होती।
पिछले 100 सालों से ऐसी हर अच्छी शुरुआत का साथ दे रहे हैं हम, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
All right, I just took a few seconds to get connected to our specialists who have kindly agreed to come on board, so acknowledging their presence right in a bit. But that also reminded me, ladies and gentlemen, before actually leading you all into this curtain downer conversation, our final session for the day and for the conclave there, the Conclave ET SME Growth Conclave 2020. Well, I did say that there aren't anything as a free lunch. So on that note, I'm also hoping that you all manage to, not really sneak out, but manage some time to also have your lunch while watching us live. So I think that's a good part of, these virtual congregations wherein we can also multitask, but keep our attention focused. Well, our specialists who are on board are going to be talking from small to big, because it is not about how big you are, but it is about how big you play. So let's talk about the evolution of MSME lending in 2020 and the role of fintech, as you know, and that's something that kept you hooked as well. So stay tuned as we welcome on board our speakers, our panel members for this session. Please allow me to welcome Ajay Thakur, Head, BSc, SME and Startup, BSc. Happy to have you on board, sir. Allow us to please also welcome on the screen for all of you there, the Executive Director, Union Bank of India, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for Dinesh Kumar Garg. Welcome, sir. And on that note, allow me to clap our hands and let all of us do that together to welcome Manoj Mittal, Deputy Managing Director, SIDBI. And with that, we'll also be saying a big and a hearty welcome to UK Sinha, SME Committee Chair, RBI, and former Chairman, SEBI. And well, yes, this discussion is going to be chaired by Mukesh Mohan Gupta, President, Chamber of Indian Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. With that, gentlemen, it's over to you and request you, Mr. Gupta, to please take charge.
So thank you very much. It's my honor and privilege to be here at this conclave of Economic Times. I don't have any hesitation in accepting that all the dignitaries, all the panelists are much more intelligent, knowledgeable than me. Friends, I am here to learn a lot from these panelists. I know when you will learn a lot of things, I will also learn together with you, because they are the knowledgeable dignitaries from which we will definitely be able to gain a lot of things. So before we start, I would like to welcome from my side also Honorable Shri UK Sinha ji, MSME Committee Chair, Reserve Bank of India, and former Chairman SEBI. I would also like to welcome Shri Dinesh Kumar Garg, Executive Director, Union Bank of India, my friend Shri Manoj Mittal, Deputy Managing Director, SIDBI, and Mr. Ajay Thakur, Head BSc SME. Before I start the discussion with these dignitaries, may I take few minutes to set the tone by a small presentation. So the theme is definitely very important, small to big, because these MSMEs which are small, we intend to make them big. The evolution of MSME 2020 lending in 2020 and the role of fintech. MSMEs are so important that they contribute 30% of the country's GDP, including the service sector. They contribute 40% of the overall exports, employ more than 11 crore employees, and more particularly, many of the MSMEs, and particularly the micro enterprises, are based in rural India. The dream of our Prime Minister is to make the Indian economy at 5 trillion. I suppose the MSMEs will play a very important role in achieving this target of the government of India. But how it will be achieved? Because if we talk about the financial need of MSMEs, the overall demand has been estimated at 37 trillion, out of which the formal source is catering to only 14.5 trillion, and about 20 to 25 trillion gap is there in financing to these MSMEs. So friends, to me, yes, we can achieve this 5 trillion provided we do hard working towards financing to these MSME through formal sector. There are reports that some say that more than 40% MSMEs are using the informal financing. As per the report of BIS Fund, they are of the opinion that only 60% MSMEs are availing funding through formal channel. Other than these MSMEs, the MSMEs are bound to get the finance from the informal sector, where the rate of interest is minimum 2 times of the rate of interest which they can get through the formal financing system. And why it is so? Because the problem is that more than 90% MSMEs are from the micro sector. They don't have their balance sheet. They don't have the proper books of account. And when they go to the banks, they feel that, most of the bankers, the formal sector, want that, the project should be technical, feasible, and economic viable. They need the project report. They want the balance sheet. They want the last 3 years income tax return, and so on and so forth. But these micro enterprises, in many cases, do not have these documents with them. What is the expectation of MSMEs? So it will be important because the bankers are here. So I would like to put to their knowledge, for their information, though they are aware, that what is our expectation. We need ease of access to finance. The MSMEs needs a new product, better online experience, enhanced convenience, secured and reliable mode, and good connectivity. It's not that the government and the banking sector has not done anything. They have come up with some schemes by which the online funding can be made available to these MSMEs. One is PSB loans in 59 minutes. Another is Udyami Mitra. Trades platform is there, and JAM is also there. But there are certain issues which I would like to discuss later on with the panelists, that PSB loan in 59 minutes is available only to the existing businesses. The startup are not covered under. So if I want to start a unit and I am in micro enterprises, I'll not be able to use this, even this in principle sanction, which is not of much use, because when after filing the application on this PSB loan in 59 minutes, in many of the case, we have observed that the actual sanction or the actual disbursement could not happen. The another udyamimitra.in portal is also there, wherein we can apply online loan application, but it is only loan submission application is there. The sanction is again offline, and they have to visit to the branch and complete the documents. Trade platform is there, but we have observed that many of the organization, be it government or be it private, which are mandated to be registered on this trade platform as a buyer, have not registered themselves so far. Moreover, even if they are registered, the bills of the MSMEs are not discounted because the bills are not accepted by these buyers many a times. JAM is again another initiative by the government, but the online confirmed payment is still not available. I could have the chance to discuss with the CEO of JAM, Mr. Taleen Kumar, and they are in the process of doing the online payment to the MSMEs. India is the second largest in fintech startup, and to the very surprising that banks, NBFCs we have a lot of problem as far as the recovery of our loan is concerned. Our balance sheets, we have seen in past also that there are a lot of problem, but these fintech have been able to raise good amount of investment because of their profitability and the style they are working. This is very important because I admire Mr. UK Sinha ji, and he wrote in his report that MSMEs lack the wherewithal to cope with situations like natural calamities. So this is a really far-sightedness of Mr. UK Sinha committee that at that time they envisaged that there can be any natural calamities, and we have to be ready for these type of thing. And he has very well written in his report that government should take active efforts to provide insurance coverage to MSME employees on the lines of PMSBY and PMJJBY scheme. Workers at urban and rural formalized MSCs need to be specifically covered under Ayushman Bharat. So this is just starting of the session. We'll have a lot of information, lot of knowledge from the panelists. From the chamber side, I can just share that we also submitted a lot of suggestion recently. I was also called by Honorable Prime Minister, wherein we also suggested a lot of these things to the Honorable Prime Minister, and many of those have already been taken place. In fact, we started an MSME Ki Pathshala also, wherein we try to educate the MSMEs through an online channel, how to apply loan, how to file the application form, how to prepare project report, and so on and so forth. And we have also started one MSME helpline YouTube channel, wherein I also try to educate the people, in fact, to the MSMEs that how to get the finance, adequate finance, timely finance at the reasonable rate. Or now I would like to invite Shri UK Sinha ji here. And sir, I just want to congratulate you on such a detailed analysis and report which you gave to us, and your far-sightedness. Sir, but I would like to understand from you, because you have such an in-depth knowledge of the MSME sector. What is lacking in the banking sector, which has resulted, in more than 80% MSMEs out of the formal finance?
On mute. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'll begin by saying that MSMEs as a class world over face a particular problem, and that problem is about lack of knowledge of their financial and credit history. The second problem, and perhaps a more important problem, is that their inability to provide collateral. And the third is about difficulty for lenders to make a proper credit appraisal and a proper risk appraisal. In a situation like this, there is bound to be a sense of hesitation. There is bound to be a certain amount of higher pricing for MSMEs. And the way to resolve it is twofold. One is a number of incentives and schemes from the government. But according to me, the more important thing is to unleash the prowess which the fintech sector in India has achieved. My feeling is that most of the developments can take place without any major policy intervention now, but through better implementation of the procedural bottlenecks. If we are talking about trades platform, if you're talking about GEM platform, if we are talking about PSB 59, or we are talking about cash flow based lending, in all these areas, the RBI committee has made very, very detailed and elaborate recommendations. And my understanding is that many of these recommendations are at an advanced level of implementation. They are at a very higher level of consideration, both in the government and in the RBI. But you and the participant should appreciate that because of COVID, number one, because of COVID, and also because some of these decisions require change in law or different inter-ministerial or inter-agency consultations. So they might take some time. If I start by trades, you will find that the committee has made several recommendations, and one of it is about to have a second window of trades for reverse factoring, so that directly the suppliers can get their dues. If you want, we can go into details of all this. I will also like to cover about cash flow based lending, but the important theme at this stage in the first round I would like to stop at is that most of these things can be implemented by better coordination with various agencies, the private sector, the fintech industry, the regulators, and the government. And I have reason to believe that those discussions are taking place at a very, very serious level, and a lot of procedural bottlenecks have either been removed or are about to be removed. My own sense is that if the last 9 months had not been pandemic related and we didn't have the setback, then most of these things would have come forward. However, I'm hopeful that in the coming few months, this is the feedback I'm getting both from the regulator and also from the government, that in the coming few months, many of these bottlenecks will be removed. And an MSME will succeed if it is prepared to take advantage of the fintech infrastructure and the fintech ecosystem. I'll stop at this stage, and if you come back again, I'll elaborate on some of these points.
Definitely. Thank you very much. And we'll again come to you and we'll try to understand about the second option to this trade platform also. Now, I would like to bring here Mr. Garg. As Mr. Sinha has rightly pointed out that the problem of the MSMEs is that they don't have the document, they don't have the collateral security, and so on and so forth. Mr. Garg, we have seen that banks have the perfect data. I feel that most of the fintech companies are relying on the data available with them, which relate to their bank account. Like if whenever you open an account, you have the name of the account holder, you have his age, his qualification, you have his bank statement, so the transactions behavior are also available to you. Based on these information, I feel that it will be very easy for the bankers to give them online education loan, online consumer goods loan, and so on and so forth. Where are we in the banking system lacking behind that, in spite of all the reliable data, we are not able to give them the loan online based on the, as Mr. Sinha was referring to, cash flow mechanism. So, Mr. Garg, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving this opportunity. Sinhaji very well articulated that due to the conventional banking methods practices, not many MSMEs are not able to get funding. As you have shown in your presentation, that around 20 to 25 trillion credit deficit is already there. And the main reason for that is that the MSMEs or micro units, they do not qualify to the requirements of the bank, like balance sheet or credit history or collateral or such other requirements. Now, coming to your question, how we can help. See, 97% of MSMEs are micro units, and they are the ones who are not able to have their balance sheets. They are not able to infuse their capital. They are not in a position to provide kind of a collateral. So what I feel is there is, as you said, that bankers are having a lot of data, authentic data, and what is the hitch in giving online sanctioned or appraisal? So here I would like to first address that why online is. So online is evolving, sir. Now with the machine learning, data warehouses, big data, data lakes, and MIS and analytical tools, machine learning tools are now being available, and many fintechs are working on that. So based on these things, some of the private banks have already started, and we at Union Bank of India have made some beginning. I would like to say, like pre-approved personal loans we have started. We also started a straight-through process for new to bank customer as well as existing bank customer under MSME category up to 5 crores, where the MSME can apply online and within 30 minutes approval is given. But this is depending upon the rule engine, like you said in PSB 59 also, there are rejections. So when things do not, when machine works, so machine works on the basis of rule engines. So in Union Bank, we have 67% success in PSB 59. But not that 33% which is not considered is rejected altogether. Those are evaluated on a manual basis and try to find out how those can be helped. It should not be outright rejected on account of some, and there are some discretion can be used to do that. For if I come to micro units where the major issues are there of collateral, balance sheet and other things. See, right away, one small thing that I would like to highlight, that PM Sonidhi scheme for street vendors, which was launched by Honorable Prime Minister. And this has been a grand success, and all the banks could contribute because the prescription was very, very simple. So prescription was very simple and amount was 10,000. When the prescription was simple and bankers were not, bankers had no hesitation in doing that because there will not be any kind of a accountability on account of taking those bona fide decisions. So street vendors have been quite successful. See, here I would like to talk about fintechs. See, many fintechs, I am also looking at several presentations, and we want to help micro units in a big way. So, like traditional way of doing is, one is turnover based. Here, I would like to say that GST network is helping a lot. And we have 9.60 million registered MSMEs on GSTN platform. And that GSTN platform is a very authentic data based on which financing can easily be done by rule engines. And there is a system of matched, that matching of those data through which even government matches from the buyer and seller and provides input credit. So those are very authentic data, and based on that, we are doing our in straight through processes. Even PSB 59 is also using that. But for micro units, we need to evolve certain other mechanism. Like some of the fintechs are funding small amounts, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakhs to such micro units by analyzing their utility bill payments, like mobile bill, electricity bill, like their purchasing behavior from like e-commerce and others, analyzing their bank statements, and as well as verifying their social media, their friends in social media, their chats, and these new way of methods they have evolved. We at banks level, because in public sector banks, though we want to do all those things, but we have a proper system of product evaluation and credit risk management committee and other things. And for that, we need RBI and government guidelines as well. So I feel there is a need to innovate. Sinha sir said that there is a need for collaboration and coordination. That is the crux of MSMEs for kind of in the upper state of MSMEs. But for lower state of MSMEs, which are very, very small in size, for that, I think we need to brainstorm and innovate. And there are now a lot of machine learnings, a lot of artificial intelligence, and data bank is available, kind of a lot of data is available. I think we need to put our best foot ahead in that direction.
Yeah, rightly told. So I also had been on the board of a public sector bank, and I am confident that you will be doing a lot of brainstorming at the board level as well. And I am confident that yes, the Indian banking system is so strong that they will come forward and always ready to assist these MSMEs. I'll come again to you, Mr. Garg, to learn more about new initiative or something about the fintech. Here, I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Mittal, who is Deputy Managing Director, SIDBI. Mr. Mittal, would you like to give a small presentation also to us, and then may I ask some questions from you?
Yeah, Mukesh, thanks a lot. I'll straight go to the presentation, and during that talk, I'll make a few points. Is it visible?
Yes, you are visible, but your screen is
not. I'll just share the screen. Just give me a moment. Is it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, my respected Mr. Sinha, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Garg, Mr. Thakkar, and friends, MSME friends there. Thanks for this opportunity. So let me just put this. SIDBI may not be doing MSME lending directly in a big way, but we do have access to the data, information, and kind of analytics, which can throw some insights. So here's the table. This is the latest data. This is out of the MSME Pulse, the publication which we bring. And if you see here, we have plotted credit to MSME into different segment, micro, small, medium, and by the different category of FIs, PSBs, private NBFCs, and also the NPAs. So we know what's the share of each category of institution and what's the share of NPA in that particular category of NPA. And what we realize here is higher the loan size, particularly you see above 10 crore, higher the NPA. So certainly this is not something which is favored by the banks. But smaller sizes, loans up to 10 crore, 1 to 10 crore, and loans up to 1 crore. This is something where you have lower amount of NPAs. Private sector banks have identified a sweet spot in the form of 1 to 10 crore. They have a higher share there. Whereas public sector banks have a much higher share in the case of loans less than 1 crore. Actually, this is a segment which has grown. In the last financial year, all other segments have gone down, but loans less than 1 crore have grown. I see a challenge here. Private sector banks have done a smart thing. In this particular segment, transaction costs are lower because the loan size is above 1 crore, 1 to 10 crore. Whereas in case of public sector banks, they have chosen a segment where NPAs are higher and the transaction costs are higher. So for public sector banks particularly, I think fintech is a solution wherein they can reduce their transaction cost to a great extent. So that's how they have been using it. And if I come to the next slide, from a lender's perspective, there are 4 things which come to my mind. A lender should use a fintech, and these are access to new markets, reduction in turnaround time, authentic data sources, better decision making. I'll discuss the second and third first over here. Reduction in debt. That was an objective of Mr. Sinha's report as well. It has been beautifully brought in. And even if we take the example of PSB 59, it is reducing the cycle. It's reducing the credit cycle. It's not yet end to end, but pre-LOS stage, a significant reduction of 2 to 3 weeks is happening in that, which is significant. So it's achieving the purpose. Reduction in TAT is being achieved. Authentic data sources, yes, again, this is something which is, again, a pain point for the banks, particularly public sector banks, when you can have issues later with regard to fake income tax return, a fake balance sheet kind of thing. Those things are taken care of when you're using fintechs, or you can have access to a databases hunter or somewhere where you can find whether he was involved in some kind of a fraudulent activities. You can crawl the internet and come to know a lot of things about the promoter. So this is something, authentic data sources, it not only helps in decision making, it also safeguards the employee. Now, after these two, if I go to the point of better decision making, I think this is something yet to be seen. We are presuming it's a better data. It's something we have authentic data sources. There are algos being written, but decision making is going to be better or not. This is something yet to be seen. Maybe it will take some more time, maybe a year or two, and then delinquencies would be known. There would be, then comparison. Some banks who had underwritten using fintech, some banks who had underwritten using traditional methods. So then there would be a comparison on this particular point, this particular hypothesis will have to be corroborated. Most important point is access to new markets. And that's where I think fintechs have not been able to make much inroad. As I see total market, there are about 1340 fintech lenders, NBFCs in the market who report to the credit bureaus. Total outstanding of them, everything put together, personal loans, everything, business loans put together is not more than 15,000 crores of rupees. And business loan is just 5,000 crores of rupees. So fintech NBFCs as a vehicle have not been able to make much inroad, but what they have been able to make much inroad is as a kind of a tool for the banks, as a service provider to the banks. And that's where we need to do something much more so that using fintechs, we are able to reach to those markets where otherwise the credit is not available, where the banks are not able to reach on of their own. So in the last, this is the last slide from me. I'll have a prescription or suggestion. I'll not call it a prescription, a suggestion. The word being used is a fintech or techfin. I think this is both. Jack Ma used this word techfin. I mean, he says no more. This is fintech. It's less of finance in that and more of technology. So it should be rather called techfin. So techfin, I think, would be a better word even in India because we are using it, using the fintechs more as a service provider rather as a vehicle to lend. They are just a service provider in the Indian context. So ecosystem, a lot of things have been said, and account aggregator or OCAN and other thing, digital infrastructure that is taking already that's taking place. So I'll not comment on that. But to my mind, if we have to go to those enterprises which are in the rural areas, because even today fintechs are mostly concentrated in urban and semi-urban markets. Rural is just 11% even in case of fintechs. So if we have to get to those markets, I think we as a country, we need to do a lot. We need to spend a lot of energy and money to enhance the digital literacy, digital financial literacy for the micro enterprises, particularly those who are part of the rural value chains. So concept will have to be educating the complete value chain. There have to be models where we educate them, maybe at the point of sale machines increase that so that we can capture their digital journey. That's what we have to invest in a big way. Second point would be, sir, about the self-regulation. And this may appear slightly out of context, but I would be candid. I have seen certain media reports, certain reports on the social media, wherein there are a lot of app-based lenders which have come. There are 30, 40 of them who are giving money in 30 minutes, 20 minutes. But at the same time, these are unlicensed. And the kind of behavior they have while recovering that money is something akin to MFIs doing in Andhra Pradesh during 2010-2009, and which got to a situation which took a turn wherein the Maligram committee was set up and a lot of things were brought in, and it was a mayhem. Banking sector was about to lose about 5,000 crores of rupees in that. So we have to learn from MFI experiences, have a body, maybe Digital Lenders Association of India, and let it be a self-regulatory status, let it be a SRO, so that they can keep a track of all these kind of activities and report to regulator on a real-time basis. So particularly in this sector, because it's technology, it moves very fast, and people can be easily duped or they can be coerced into different kind of things. So self-regulation would be very, very important. When I talk of resources at the third point, what I mean is it could be loans to fintech NBFCs. Generally, they find it very difficult because they are not rated. They are not rated A. New fintech NBFCs, they won't get investment grades. So that's where they find a lot of challenge. So there is a need to have a separate window for them, kind of a credit enhancement measures for them, so that they start getting some funds. And this segment also grows. It takes time. Microfinance sector has grown in that particular fashion only. And today it has become a 2 lakh crore industry. I would highly advocate alternate channels. In my opinion, Mr. Garg, you would pardon me for saying it. In my opinion, at this juncture, not just banks alone, we have to bring some alternate channels so that we can get to the newer markets. Commercial banks, they have a particular kind of a structure. There are incentives, packages for them, and probably the cost of credit delivery would be much higher. The transaction cost would be much higher for them to deliver to this 1 lakh, 2 lakh loan segment in a rural area. So maybe there is a need to have regional NBFCs. We need to have a framework for that. And in my opinion, we need to encourage P2P, peer-to-peer lending in a big way. Right now, it's a 300, 400 crore industry, only 30 players, and it has got delinquencies of just 4-5%. It's evolving. It has done a great job in USA, UK, and China also. I know there was certain kind of situations, but we are growing. So in my opinion, if institutional players can be allowed in P2P in a slightly bigger way, they can be encouraged, and banks can start taking position in the P2P. I mean, commit about 1 crore or 2, and that's how they'll learn over a period of time, 6 months, 1 year, and we would be in a much better fashion to go ahead with this alternate channels. Finally, from my side, I think we need a lot of research on effectiveness of fintech models. Is it really enhancing the reach, or is it another way of charging high rate of interest to the ultimate borrower? We need to do a lot of research. Let there be a permanent research on this model, maybe a 1 year, 2 year longitudinal study on this, and then results are shared from time to time, and that's how we'll build the confidence into the system. So that's it from my side, Mr. Gupta. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
You can just
close it.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Mittal. And you rightly told that every sector has its own role to play in this very important function of financing to MSMEs, be it P2P lending, be it TechFin or MFIs or anything. So I'm sure that you're right. And I just remember a poem of Honorable Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, which says on this issue that बाधाएं आती हैं आए घिरे घिरे प्रलय की घोर घटाएं, पांवों के नीचे अंगारे, सिर पर बरसे यदि ज्वालाएं, निज हाथों में हंसते हंसते आग लगाकर जलना होगा, कदम मिलाकर चलना होगा. So yes, we have to do all the activities, in fact, jointly as a teamwork, so that these MSMEs are not deprived of the finance from any mode, be it debt or be it equity. So here I would like to invite Mr. Ajay Thakur, who is the head of BSc SME and working hard for listing of many MSMEs, or I would like to say the SMEs on the BSE SME platform. But Mr. Thakur, I would like to understand that these SMEs are normally try to keep themselves away from listing due to the increased disclosure requirement and compliance burden. How do you ensure that these MSMEs are able to get the funds in the form of equity so that their eligibility to get more debt is also increased?
Thank you, Gupta ji, for asking me this question. Let me tell you, as rightly said by Sinha sir, that financial literacy in India is very less. Though we have literacy in India to the extent of 85%, but recent SEBI survey has said that as far as financial literacy is concerned, it is somewhere around 27%. But again, when it comes to equity literacy, I think it may be hardly 0.02 or 0.5%. And most of the promoters, especially the small and medium enterprises, have not been able to understand the benefits that are associated with the listing of their company. In fact, when the guidelines were framed for this SME platform, all the regulator and all other stakeholders were quite aware that there will be a fear in the minds of the promoters that post-listing they have to do a lot of compliances. And therefore, if you see the regulation, the compliances have been reduced a lot. In fact, if you compare with the main board stock exchange, here the compliance is on half-yearly basis, and the company has to report their financial results on half-yearly basis, and that also on unaudited basis. And yearly they have to file the audited results. So anyhow, the fear of the compliances have been taken care of. But again, let me tell you, the main reason for not getting listed is, of course, this fear. And the another fear is that maybe after getting listed, their company may be taken over. So these are the fears that are there in the minds of the promoters. And we are trying to, address these fears in the minds of the promoters. Let me tell you, since the launch of SME platform in 2012, we have done almost 2,000 seminars. And let me tell you, I personally met 32,000 promoters. Now, if you take even from each of the events, if one company would have listed on the stock exchange, then till today, there would have been almost 2,000 companies listed on the SME platform. But of course, that is not happening. It's very hard not to crack the promoters to get listed onto the SME platform because of the various fears and because of the lack of awareness about the equity market. I think these things need to be addressed. If you see in all these years, the focus has been more towards debt funding. Wherever you go, people, everyone, all the policymakers talk about debt funding, but hardly people talk about equity funding. Even we don't have a lot of funds available in the country which should invest into the SME companies which are coming for the IPO. Normally, these investors invest in those companies which are larger in size or big in size. So we need to create an institutional framework for the investment into the SME companies which are coming for the listing. At the same time, I also think the onus is also on to the promoters of the company to keep their books transparent. They need to understand that the investors are taking risk onto their company, and therefore they disclose all the facts which are pertaining to their businesses. I think the transparency is the need of the hour. If the promoters are going to be transparent, and if they are going to delegate the powers, I think there are investors, sufficient number of investors which will look into this company. I will also like to give you the fact that though both the stock exchanges together, we have almost around 550 companies listed. But these 550 companies have raised almost 6,500 crore rupees from the capital market. And the total market capitalization on the SME platform is somewhere around 38,000 crores. So I think this SME platform has done well in comparison with the main board of the stock exchange. Because if we compare the main board of the stock exchange, almost 146 years into existence, and almost 4,800 companies listed, and out of that 3,000 companies are actively traded on daily basis. So in that comparison, I think that SME platform has done well. But I think there is a huge potential. We need more and more people who should start talking about the benefits of listing onto the SME platform. And only then I think that, more and more SME promoters will come and they should get listed. Unfortunately, let me tell you, in our country, And I have seen, the balance sheet of most of these companies. And let me tell you, most of the time it gives me a feeling that whether they are working for the company or for servicing the loan, because their balance sheets are over leveraged. I think we need to take it away from their debt model to debt and equity model. Unless and until they will bring equity into their business, I don't think there will be sufficient growth into their company. So I think even the banks, the NBFC and the other financial institutions and all other people who are associated with the company, they should motivate the company to go for listing. I don't think without that these companies will come out of the problem. So that is the need of the hour.
Yeah, rightly told so that it is the need of the hour for the MSMEs to be listed on the SME exchange.
And let me Gupta ji add one thing. First time what we have seen in last 1.5 years, the MSME ministry has shifted the focus towards listing. I have seen Honorable Minister going in various events, and he has started talking about talking to the MSME promoters and requesting them and advising them to get listed onto the SME platform. Recently, they have also created a this fund whereby they are saying that it will be a 50,000 crore funds, and out of that there will be 10,000 crore mother fund. So I think this is a right move in the right direction, and if this fund will be invested into the SME, I think it will change the landscape of this country, because SMEs are the backbone of Indian economy.
Yeah, Mr. Thakur, sorry, we have some time limitation, but very
thank you.
Important information you gave to us, and the Honorable Minister is also planning to invest in these MSMEs from government side also. So thank you very much, Mr. Thakur. I would like to rope in here Honorable Shri UK Sinha ji to understand that what is the alternate mechanism to the threats he was referring to.
Let me start by giving you a few examples about trades and about cash flow based lending. These instances will make things clear to our participants. More than 99% of our MSMEs that we talk about are in the micro sector. And almost all of them are not registered as companies. So even if you look at the bank data, you will find that disproportionate amount or disproportionate percentage is of individuals or partnership firms. So one of the recommendations on which RBI and government are working today is that we should have a unique enterprise ID. Because once you have a unique enterprise ID, most of the data can be seamlessly shared with others, and credit history can also be shared. I believe that there is substantial progress on this. And the second point I would like to make is that there should be a provision of e-lien, electronic lien on future cash flow. Because if you are talking of future cash flow based lending, then there has to be an electronic lien. And if there is a unique enterprise ID, then this electronic lien can also be very easily done. GST is also in the picture. GST and the Ministry of Finance, Department of Revenue, and DFS and RBI, they're all working together on this. And what is also being attempted here is that right now we have what is called the time-bound triggers. If something happens, then a trigger will occur, and action will be taken by lenders. For example, the practice of post-dated checks, or the practice of ENAC. Here, what we are talking about is a event trigger. So GSTN systems to also build in its own system an event-based trigger rather than a time-bound trigger. I am given to understand that some set of people in Bangalore are working seriously, and they have made substantial progress in this, so that this can be applied for cash flow based lending. Another area is that the co-origination guidelines of RBI have to be expanded to also include non-systematically important, non-deposit taking NBFC. And here, if this is accepted, and there again talks are going on this, if this is accepted, then the new generation of NBFCs, the fintechs, they will start getting benefit out of it. And it will permit them to participate not only in cash flow based lending, but also in trades. Let me give an example, another example, that when the committee was working on PSB 59, we found that there is substantial amount of time lag between sanctions and actual disbursement. And this was substantially because while the sanction used to take place, but at the time of disbursement, bankers were rightly trying to get data from the previous banker, the banker with whom the borrower had the account in the past. And that sharing of data, there was no mechanism or it was not very easy to get that. And that was leading to problems. So another area, another point on which RBI and government are working right now is the area of providing loan portability for MSME sector. This has worked reasonably well, according to my understanding. It has worked reasonably well in the housing finance sector. And what the committee had recommended that it should not become a point where some agents or brokers start trading on it. So we had said that let it be done after a gap of 1 year. If a loan has been sanctioned, then portability should be allowed after 1 year. This, according to my understanding, will also lead to substantial amount of competition and data sharing. The concept of a loan service provider has been accepted by RBI. I'm very happy to acknowledge that. Similarly, the aggregators have also been accepted by RBI. So a combination of all these things, the important thing is that this requires some change in law. This requires some change in factoring law. This also requires some change in GSTN system, maybe in the law itself. But if all these efforts bring fruit and they are implemented, and I have reason to believe that RBI and government are working very closely on this, then we will have an ecosystem where, after all, when I began in my first round by saying that one of the important problems is lack of collateral. If you are a banker, if you are a lender, and there is lack of collateral, at the least you want is, as a lender, that there should be certainty and reliability of data. And with all these mechanisms that we have recommended and we are talking about, there will be not only certainty of data, there will also be a possibility that almost on a real-time basis, with the consent of the borrower, not without his consent, with the consent of the borrower, he can pull out all this data. And that will help in his credit appraisal in a big way. So my feeling is that this is going to be helpful. I am in no position to give the participants a timeline that by when it will be implemented. But let me give you an example where one of the recommendations was that there should be a pooled API for the trades platform to understand the past history. Now, NPCI has informed that they have already implemented, they have already evolved the process, and they are right now in the stage of testing it. So it is now right now being tested. Hopefully, because if the platform has been developed and it is on the testing stage, hopefully in a couple of months, although I must hasten to say that I have no authority to say when it will be done, but I am hopeful that in a couple of months or foreseeable future, it will be implemented. So all these things point to what? They point to a very seamless way of working, that right now a lender is confused whether he has any other data. He has no collateral, whether he has any data about what the borrower is saying. And the data from his utilities bill payment, data about the bills that he has written. In fact, at times, even bills which the borrower can claim that he has raised those bills, there has to be some method of verification. What I'm saying is that through this mechanism, there will be a seamless information sharing with the consent of the borrower, and then the lenders can start doing this. And I'll also like to come here on the point raised by Mr. Thakur about MSME listing. if this sort of data sharing, information sharing is made possible, then the fear in the minds of the borrower that they will have to provide lot of data and they will have to do lot of compliance, that will also go away. Because in any case, their data will be shareable, their data will be available. So this fear of extra compliance for SME listing will also go away. So this is the direction in which we are moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us some knowledge about the new initiative which are in pipeline, like loan service provider, the loan aggregator, the portability of loan, co-origination of loan. I am quite confident that with all these initiatives taken together, based on your recommendations, because I have seen in your report, you have recommended all those things, very strongly. So days are not far away when this percentage of 80% informal finance will drastically come down. I would like to ask Mr. Garg maybe some rapid fire type of question. Would like to have some small answers, in fact, because the time is moving ahead. So one question is that, you referred to this street vendor loan of 10,000 rupees. I would like to understand that, do you feel that these street vendors are really able to go digitally? They can apply the loan online when many of them might not be having the laptop computer with them or even the smartphone with them. How do you feel that these loans are actually being applied by these street vendors?
See, in case of street vendors, one thing very important was that every street vendors was to be onboarded digitally for digital payment like QR code, and disbursement was subject to the borrower having a QR code. So digital onboarding was a must. And whether he has applied on the portal of, I think, SIDBI or local authorities like Nagarpalika, etc. So a seamless integration has been evolved to and fro, like inward and outward both. So if it is updated in the website of, I think, SIDBI, correct? SIDBI. So it is automatically getting updated in our website, and consequently, we are getting a direct upload, getting uploaded at our Finacle. So Swanidhi was a very, very good success, and it is already in the process and making new records. In Union Bank of India, we also started for Shishu Mudra loan, where we have a digital onboarding end-to-end, means from the applying the loan, processing of the loan, including disbursement of the loan. Now it is happening end-to-end without human intervention. So we have already launched on our foundation day on 11th of November. And though very few people are applying, because there is a need, as rightly said by Mittal Saab and Sinha Saab, that there is a need for financial literacy, capital literacy, digital literacy. So all those factors are there. But at the same time, I would like to mention one more thing here, where in fact an ease agenda is for enhancing the customer ease. The ease agenda is there, which is pushed by Department of Financial Services, and BCG is a consultant for that. In that also, we have started for customer onboarding the kind of a dial a loan, credit at click, and SMS banking for applying a loan. So customers are onboarded on through these methods also. And one more thing I would like to say, see, Niti Aayog is working, see, for all DBT transactions, the DBT payments being received by banks. Now we, in consultation with Niti Aayog and Department of Financial Services, and a scheme has been evolved, that is cash on internet. The short form is Kashi. In Union Bank, we are giving a name Union Kashi. In that, all the DPT beneficiaries will get a benefit like for 6 months of the credit, equivalent to 6 times of those credit will be the credit facility granted through digital means to those beneficiaries after it is this scheme is launched, which is to be launched shortly in any time. I think at the highest level it will be launched. On thereafter, all those crores of beneficiaries of under DBT beneficiaries will also get credit facilities, and repayment will be they can repay in 18 months. So this is also there. One more thing, sir, Sinha Sahib, if you permit, I would like to add, because right now, see, Sinha Sahib talk about co-origination. Now, initially, co-origination had certain features which was not practically possible, and banks had represented to Reserve Bank of India. Now, Reserve Bank of India has given a new guidelines in the form of circular that co-lending model is now available instead of co-origination. In this case, NBFCs are allowed, apart from NBFCs, HFCs has also been allowed. They can partner with the bank, and because NBFCs have the shortage of capital, so they cannot lend full amount. So everything will be done by NBFCs or HFCs, and will be participating 80% to whatever exposure they are taking. In that, what benefit will accrue, because bank lending is very, very cheap, whereas NBFC lending is at a higher rate. So in this case, blending rate of interest being offered, and it will be a win-win situation for everybody. I'll stop here, sir. I think there is a possibility.
I'm extremely sorry, Mr. Garg. I want to listen to you, maybe throughout the day. I know that I learn a lot of things, but, there are instruction to me, in fact, continuously, that we are ahead of the time, in fact. So please excuse me. I would like to bring in Mr. Mittal here, and would like to understand in short that, sir, what is the new initiative being done by SIDBI as far as the TET is concerned for the pre-loan origination system or the centralized loan sanctioning system? Mr. Mittal.
Yeah, again, everything goes around Mr. Sinha's report, Mr. Sinha's committee's report. So there was a recommendation in that SIDBI and IBA should work out together a system wherein we can reduce the TET. So we have worked, we have submitted a report to RBI and DFS also. And there were two recommendations basically. One was about having a digital application form, so that at the LOS stage itself, there is a lot of reduction in that. So you would be very happy to know that SIDBI, we have done that digital system. That's what we have shared. So and we have tested it on about 1,600 applications, loan applications. It has reduced the TET by about 30%, because digital application form data is straight going into my rating system. So there could be a few more things which are taken manually, and that also is taken in the form of scanned documents. So the physical movement of the paper has been stopped, and there is a tracking of the application number as well by the client. He can do that. So now next stage would be e-signing of agreements and disbursement. That's something, and that will reduce the TET by another 30 to 40%. So this system, whatever is there, we have offered. If any bank is interested, we can offer it free of cost as well. And then there are other things which are going by integrating with certain fintech service providers, wherein even balance sheet analysis and all these things would be automated. So I'm very sure that in an year kind of a thing, the TET would get reduced to 20% what it was 1 year before. So whatever used to take about 40-45 days, it will get reduced to less than 8-10 days from to the disbursement of money.
Thank you very much. So it's on a positive note that the TET will reduce, at least 20% will be a great news. And but as far as you refer to the tracking system by the borrowers themselves, I suppose I am advocating that thing since last about 8 or 9 years now. I met the governor RBI, I met the then finance minister also, and everybody was, happy to take care of this thing. And to me, I suppose this will be a great action if we, the MSMEs, are able to track our loan application, by which I feel that the bankers will also be more vigilant, and the borrowers also be aware of if anything is lacking on their part. Because if they have not submitted the complete document, you can just put it on this tracking system that these information are required from the borrower side. As far as the literacy is concerned, I am proud to say that we are doing a lot of number of literacy programs. at our own. In fact, as on today, I have more than 2 crore 30 lakh viewers, in fact, which is on the Google itself, that more than 2 crore 30 lakhs viewers are there on our YouTube channel. So it's a good thing. But thank you very much. So I would like to thank on my behalf, on behalf of the Economic Times, a big thank you to Mr. Sinha, to Mr. Garg, to Mr. Mittal, and to Mr. Thakur, with one comment that, as you told, that we all are working together. माना हालात प्रतिकूल हैं, रास्तों पर बिछे फूल हैं, पर तू खुद अपना अवरोध न बन, तू उठ, खुद अपनी राह बना. माना सूरज अंधेरे में खो गया है, पर रात अभी नहीं हुई है, यह तो प्रभात की बेला है, तेरे संग हैं उम्मीदें. और मैं यहाँ उम्मीदों की जब बात कर रहा हूं, तो मैं कह रहा हूं कि ऑल द बैंकर्स एंड फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर विद यू, माय डियर एमएसएमईज. तेरे संग हैं उम्मीदें, किसने कहा तू अकेला है. थैंक यू वेरी मच for joining us on this important events. Thank you very much all, and thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what an emphatic note, ladies and gentlemen. Call it fintech or call it techfin. SME, indeed, as our panel said, is the backbone of our Indian economy, and we are all here to collaborate in all the mutual vibe. Well, we got to appreciate our acclaimed panel for not just joining us, but also, in a way, talking their heart and head out with their expert views on the subject matter, the evolution of MSME lending, and the role of fintech right in there. A big thank you to our moderator, Mr. Gupta, for excavating those perspectives, really. It was indeed a pleasure, and without batting an eyelid, I was almost listening and grasping all that you just said. Thank you so very much for that magnanimous presence, may I say. Well, माना कि अंधेरा घना हो सकता है, पर दिया जलाना भी तो मना नहीं है. On that note, as on the conclusion front, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that yes, the thought leaders and the creme de la creme from the industry who spoke to us live today indeed affirmed how the COVID-19 crisis can be witnessed as an opportunity for the MSMEs to embrace the digital presence for the ease of financial support, business growth, if we talk about, and the social upliftment at the same time. Well, however, to embrace this in full potential, definitely digital lending and digital tools there, MSMEs need a robust digital footprint right in place. Well, let the government policies, the competitiveness, if you talk about in the Indian economy, and the technological innovation at the same time be the drivers of this growth engine that we care about for small businesses. Well, on that note, I would like to say that I have a heart of gratitude for our presenting partner, Union Bank of India, and also our associate partner, Prayon. Thank you so very much for that association. And on that note, the most important thank you is for always reserved for our audiences watching us on the other side of the screen. Thank you so very much for spending your time with us at the ET-SME Growth Conclave 2020. Well, you may resume the conversation, the threads of the conversation on social media using the hashtag ET-SME Growth, and tag us as well. Wishing all of you a happy heart set, health set, and a soul set. As I always love to say, I am Shikha signing off as your host, and on behalf of ETH, wishing all of you a goodbye. Thank you for joining us.
you.